mfethu ndiyabona oba ke ngathi negotiate sifuna i-members book liqala liyi-1 so that siyazi uba ikamera eyi-1 otherwise yabo imagine into obuza apha and then phinde kuphendule baphinde ikamera eyi-1 zibeke liqala but no.
So I asked for 5 minutes.
So where must I go now?
Move that camera.
Okay, then we must move it.
mayors from all local municipalities, Belabela, Tavazimbi, Moalakwena, and Lepalale. Members of the mayoral committee from all local municipalities present here. Municipal managers, led by the district municipal manager. Senior managers who are present here today. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Tobel. It gives me a great pleasure today to welcome all you today in this session hosted by Waterberg District Municipality. The district in the province which was able to obtain 3 consecutive clean audits. The road to this is necessitated by this constitution of the country, which allocate government function on either exclusive or share concurrent basis. Municipalities are responsible for provision of basic service and municipal infrastructure. These functions are performed within the national and provincial set regulatory framework. Although provinces are also within their power and perform the function within the regulatory framework set by the national government, which is also responsible for monitoring and compliance with legislation framework. And if need be, intervene when constitution or statutory obligations are not fulfilled. It is within this context that we met today with parliamentary committee to engage on stakeholder on ICT developments. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hopeful that this session today will be used to assess the extent which the district and its local municipality are ready to be able to promote the district-wide ICT infrastructure development, because it requires a credible planning in order to achieve this development. And as a result, there is a dire need for the government to convene this kind of session. Program director, I'm not going to give a lot of speech, but just in conclusion, I want to take this opportunity to once more welcome you to Waterberg District, the eco-tourist destination, where beds and scenic splendor are available. On behalf of the council and citizens of Waterberg, we wish you a fruitful deliberation during this session. I want to thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ndade Ngobeni. Can I introduce you, Ndade Ngobeni, Deputy Chair of Chairs for the Provincial Legislature? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the session, but also the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies. But also let me extend my sincere greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, officials of various departments, but also the host acting executive mayor, Ngobeni. I really am very elated, Chair, to welcome you in the province. The acting executive mayor was welcoming you to the district. I mean, welcoming you to the province of Limpopo. I was actually joking with the chair about the AI scandal. that you conjure an AI policy using AI. Quite interesting. And I think it's part of this engagements that you take to as far-flung areas as Limpopo to begin to engage and close the gap digitally, so that the people in the rural areas are able to be alive to the importance of the usage of in the main AI, but also the network connectivity. It will go a long way, Chair, towards having to ensure that there is greater appreciation of the importance of ICT, but also helping us to connect with the world. We're able to, on a daily basis, and I think we spend part of our lives utilizing network connectivity. At times, TikToking and all of that, and we begin to see some content beginning to emerge from even rural areas. So that goes to tell you how important AI is. We take the opportunity on behalf of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature to welcome you to this province, and we do commit that we'll be with you from today until you complete your work. I know for a fact that tomorrow you are in Capricorn, and then you will proceed to Wembe, will be with you. And this is an important journey that will be able to work with you, so that at least our people are beginning to appreciate the work of their government in ensuring that they are also connected. Thank you very much, Chair, and you are mostly welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. I think sincere appreciation once again to the acting executive mayor as well as the deputy chair. We truly do feel welcome in Limpopo and in this district in particular. My name is Kusela Esangoni Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in Parliament. I'm with members of the committee. I will ask them to stand just so that you may see who they are. I will start on my left with Honorable Hendricks and Honorable Ngobese, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Njabeleng, Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Mkhacha, and Honorable Subrathi. So we more than correct, Chair. We're more than correct. I'm aware that we do have an apology from Honorable Elisha, if I'm not mistaken, but the committee is represented. We're also accompanied, and I want them to stand so that you know who they are. So if during the course of this week you happen to come across challenges, you may call upon them while they are here. From the department, I was told, I'm not sure who's leading the delegation from the department. I'm just looking for my notes now. Please do introduce yourself, DGG.
Morning, Chair, and thank you very much, Acting Executive Mayor, Chairs of Chairs, Babangobeni, honorable members, municipal managers. My name is Dick Sono, Acting Deputy Director General at the department, and of course, I take note of the AI Chair. And let me apologize for the DG who couldn't make this particular meeting. She's dealing with the issues today, and tomorrow she's at Cabinet Committee. Thank you, Chair.
I will get to that one. So when we say, Chair, the department, this is the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, but within our portfolio we have a second department, which is the Government Communication and Information System. I had seen Mr. Nene. I'm not sure if you are leading the delegation.
Chairperson, thank you so much and good morning. My name is Sandy Lenene. I'm the acting DDG for content processing for GCIS. Chairperson, I'm not alone. I do have GCIS colleagues who are with me. Ms. Mapuchi, Ms. Maria, as well as Nadine. These are the colleagues that are going to be with us. Chair, the
chair is asking that you ask them to stand. So
Oh,
we want to know
I
who
thought,
to blame today.
yes. Chair, the ones that are branded, because I think we are in charge of the corporate identity of the country, Chairperson. I think we need to state that up front. Chair, the others is that I have with me the MDDA colleague.
Hold on, we'll get there.
Thanks.
Okay. So those are the two departments, Mayor. As you know, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies has a number of entities. They are responsible largely for the deployment of infrastructure across the country, whether it be fiber, whether it's overseeing the mobile services and so forth. One of the first entities that I have seen is Broadband Infraco. The CEO is here. If he could just in one line tell us what they do.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I am Gift Zoa from Broadband Infraco. I'm the CEO. We do connectivity. We provide connectivity to the country, to the underserviced areas, and to the rest of the enterprises and so on. Our mandate is to provide services to underserviced areas and to areas that are connected but at expensive rates in order to bring down the cost of communication. And we've been active in this area, and hopefully we'll get a chance to go and see some of that connectivity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've also seen Centec.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Monde Dleleni. I am here representing Centec. Chairperson, I'm not here alone. I am in the company of my colleagues from the regional office. The head of the region, Ms. Toza Maoi, is here with me, and the manager of the operations center in Polokwane is here with me, together with my colleague Madome Mahasha and the PDM project managers within the organization. Just before I finish, Chairperson.
What do you do?
Yeah, I'm coming to that, Chairperson. Let me start with that one. In the company, I am responsible for all the government affairs and stakeholder management. Chair, before I finish, the Chairperson, the CEO has asked me to forward his apology. He is not available to join us today due to prior commitments. Thank you.
So Centec is the signal distributor. So if your TV comes on or your radio comes on or you get connectivity by satellite, Centec would be responsible for that. Where's my favorite entity, the post office? Ms. Toza Maoi and the regional officials, please just stand up as well. Thank you. So that's Centec in the region. Thank you. The South African Post Office? Yeah, Bonak. You see now, we're starting off on the wrong foot. DGG, where's the post office? Can we find the post office and then we'll come back? The South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC?
Thank you, Chair. The SABC is represented by me, Thabo Make. I'm the provincial head of the SABC in Limpopo. Our role is to provide information to...
Nobody knows what you do, Chief. Sit down.
But we run the biggest combo in the country, which is Mongana Lonene, 12 FM, and Palapala. That one is well known. That's the biggest combo in the country with a 90% market dominance in Limpopo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sir, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Kinsley Mugumani. I'm the manager responsible for ICASA in the province. I'm operational manager on leave. I'm not alone. I'm with active provincial manager. Is our liaison officer in the province. Is Mr. Magungu Magadu. As you all know, ICASA, who we are the regulator, and then we regulate 3 sectors, which is your telecommunication, postal, and broadcasting as well. So that's what we do in the main. We do regulate, we do grant licenses with terms and conditions, and then we do compliance. If you don't comply, that's where the issue of enforcement action comes in. That's what we do in the main. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. We do have other entities such as the Film and Publication Board, the Domain Name Authority. I don't expect them to be here. Who I would have expected to be here is USASA, which is the Universal Service Agency of South Africa. Is USASA here? Now, USASA is responsible for, again, ensuring that we fund connectivity in underserved areas, but they are running a critical project around the digital migration. I'm hoping during the course of the day they're going to show up, like the South African Post Office has showed up. Please do introduce yourself, sir.
West area. Thanks. I'm Ian Mackay, working for the South African Post Office, area manager in the Limpopo West area, including Capricorn and Waterberg area. Apologies for my regional manager, unfortunately he couldn't make it. We are responsible for delivering postal services in all our under-delivered areas, and also transactions, postal, and also all other services related to MVL services that we manage and Postbank transacting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, where's Postbank? The People's Bank.
Also not available, unfortunately. Thanks.
Make sure you find them. Thank you very much. Yes. CETA, State Information Technology Agency. Who is here from CETA?
Chair, my name is Edwin Mashau. I'm representing CETA in the province. I have colleagues, maybe they can also stand up. There are also colleagues.
Colleagues, please stand, thank you.
That's Ruth and Paul. So what we do, we provide ICT goods and services to government, both national, provincial, and sometimes local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move over to the entities of the GCIS, the MDDA, Media Development and Diversity Agency?
Chairperson, the MDDA is represented by the Director for Projects. I'm told that he's actually stuck in traffic. The CEO, as well as the DG, the minister did tender their apologies for DG and the minister and the DM. Responsible for GCIS in the presidency, it's cabinet week. They attend the cabinet committees. The CEO, unfortunately, there's a board meeting which unfortunately the CEO can't get out of. However, the executive, which is Director Project, is the one that has been delegated. Thanks.
Okay. Finally, I understand that our friends in the industry are also with us, the Association for Communication and Technologies. Am I correct? ACT?
Good morning, Chair and the room at large. My name is Kanya Mase, representing the Industry Association for the MNOs. And essentially what we do is we advocate for a fit and proper policy and regulatory environment on behalf of the entire ICT ecosystem. Thank you, Chair.
So you are trying to oversight the overseers. Mayor, the association's members are the 6 mobile network operators in the country, being Telkom, MTN, Vodacom, Cell C, Liquid, and Rain Technologies. So as and when we have issues within the portfolio that we need to raise with the industry, most of the time it is through ACT. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I'm hoping we won't do this every day, but I thought it was important just for the first day to set some context. The mandate of the Portfolio Committee, I don't think needs further explanation. Our interest is really in ensuring that government delivers on what it has committed. We represent the voice of the people as elected public representatives, and our key focus is on delivery against government. The government of national unity in particular has committed itself to. One, inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. And finally, an ethical, capable developmental state. So through the work that the departments do, we want to see how that is being realized and whether indeed when we are on the ground, it demonstrates success of that. We're looking at a number of issues. Not so long ago, I think it was last year, the Portfolio Committee concluded its strategic plan. And one of the things that we identified was the need for universal and meaningful connectivity, meaning that whether you are in the deepest rural areas of Vembe or you are in Sandton, the quality of network that you receive should be the same. Too often in rural areas, we need to go stand on top of mountains to get signal. I know I was in Bizana yesterday. I'm not telling a story. So ours to ensure that there's standardization of the quality of service. But once you've got connectivity, what do you do with it? And hence we then says it must be meaningful, meaning it must work, meaning you must have the skills to be able to use that connectivity. And that forms a key component of our work. But you can't do anything with connectivity if you don't have devices. So we're always having conversations about affordable devices. How do we ensure that every young person in particular, but every person has an affordable device, and obviously affordable data costs. We are very proud. Now you see my friends from EFF are not here because every time they say this, they swear at me, and then I swear back, and then but we're very proud as this, through rigorous engagement with the regulator, with the association, we're seeing strides being made in the cost of data, and especially data moving downwards. And then I've also mentioned the issue of digital skills. So during the course of this visit, there's a number of things that we're looking for. Firstly, is the issue of alignment between your provincial government, between your district and local municipalities and national government. For too long, we speak about a ICT policy of 2016, if I'm not mistaken. We speak about a presidential commission on the 4IR report. We speak about a digital economy master plan. I can go on and on and on, and the policies. And when you get to the ground, there is duplication of effort. There's duplication of resources. There's no single alignment that seems to run through. And we're hoping that in the interaction, we'll be able to see that. Is there common planning and resourcing? Whether you want to draw it from the angle of your DDM, but do you have common budgets? I know here in Limpopo, for example, I mean, I don't have full information, but you've got something called Limpopo Connect. What is the relationship between Limpopo Connect and Broadband Infraco? What is the relationship between Limpopo Connect and what CETA was trying to do in terms of deployment of connectivity? We're also then interested in the readiness of this province for the adoption of artificial intelligence and all other emerging technologies, because it doesn't help that we sit in Cape Town, we sit in Pretoria, and we think that we're making policies for the country, and the country's like, we don't know what you're talking about actually. We are still on 2G phones. You say you've got a coverage rate of 98% of 5G, where? So what is the actual readiness in this province? The issues of infrastructure rollout, importantly, the status of the South African Post Office. The digital era does not mean that anybody must be left behind, and the South African Post Office still remains a critical backbone of delivery in this country. And we're hoping that in these engagements, the the situation that we're seeing at the post office is not uniform. In the briefing report, I read that they're saying they are fully functional. So I want to see what a fully functional post office is. And then finally, on the issue of the broadcast digital migration and the analog switch off, the minister has been threatening, the ministers have been threatening for almost 20 years now that they were going to switch off the analog signal. We need that signal switched off, and we would want to get a sense of the state of the project in this province, and if indeed can Limpopo be one of the guinea pigs where we just switch off and see whether there's outcry, like we sometimes are told that there will be an outcry. This is me just trying to set the context, colleagues. There'll obviously be legislative priorities that we're dealing with. One is the SABC bill, where we are waiting finalization of the funding model. We hope that that will happen in this quarter. And then also the amendment of the Electronic Communications Act, which is a very, very old act that unfortunately forms the backbone of our industry. Now, what is important in that amendment that I've seen is around rapid deployment and how we can work together with local government chair to ensure that fiber connectivity is an integral part of delivery, as is electricity and water. So that when you are digging trenches for electricity, you also lay fiber there. And I want to make a point that I hope we're going to take up as a committee, is that we cannot have the private sector coming into all of these communities laying fiber and the municipality is not involved. And we need to look at case studies. For example, I think Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken, I suspect Tshwane or Johannesburg, I'm not sure which one. The municipality owns that fiber. And anybody can then come in, whether you're a Rain Telecoms, whether you're a Digo Telecoms, and you are able to utilize that fiber, and there's revenue generation sharing with the municipality. Now, in other municipalities, you find that these private sector companies lay their fiber. They don't allow anybody else to use their fiber, which means that everybody's digging and digging in the same area, where if there was open access to this fiber and there's a revenue sharing model with the municipality, we could possibly be in a much better space. So the ECA, the amendment, wants to look at issues of how we hasten deployment in local government. And I'm sure Mr. Sono, when he gets an opportunity to speak, he'll speak about that. Without wasting any time, let's then move to the first set of presentations. I'm told that you've been given quite a tight time frame for the presentations. We'll take the provincial government, which will then be followed by the district municipality, and I'm hoping the locals. I'm not sure, and I do apologize if any of the mayors are here. I heard the acting mayor greeting earlier. My sincere apologies. You are welcome as well. So we'll take those presentations, engage with them, and then we will have presentations also from some of the SMMEs in the region. Our intention is to conclude this total session at 2 o'clock. Honorable Njabeleng has already jumped up and down saying we want boots on the ground. So our intention is not to sit here and theorize a lot, but really to set the context so that we can move. May I then invite the DDG for institutional development? Am I correct that who is I'm starting with in the provincial government? So Masletle, you may proceed. Thank you so much. Mayor, I think we must go.
Good morning, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. My name is Martin Setlapelo. I am the DDG for Institutional Development and Support in the Office of the Premier. With regards to this aspect, one of my responsibilities has to deal with ICT in the province, and Honorable Chairperson, allow me to also pass the apologies from the DG. The way we have dealt with it, we understood we needed to give some sense of where, as a province, we would like to go, and I would like to just say that the basis on which the province is dealing with the issue about digital transformation comes from the Limpopo Development Plan, which among its key outcomes has to do with building a digitally advanced economy in the province. I would also like to just emphasize that what we will then do, our presentation is not that long, is just to talk a little bit about our digital transformation roadmap that we have developed. The transformation roadmap has been sort of agreed to by the heads of departments committee, but it still needs to then go to finalization. We have then agreed that we will finalize it around September, where we will then have a provincial digital summit, and for our summit, that will then ensure that all the key role players are actually aligned with the roadmap. We're still building partnerships around it to deal with it. And I think maybe it's important to just share with you this specific slide, because this slide basically talks to the roadmap on a page, so that we don't have to then deal with every little detail. And it is based on the key objectives of some what people might call the pillars that are outlined, about 5 of them. Firstly, it's digital inclusion. And in terms of digital inclusion, what we then are expecting to do is between now and 2031, lay the foundation overall, as well as which includes the infrastructure and in terms of also identity alignment. Honorable Chairperson, there is the point you have made deals with how we then need to align also to the digital transformation of the country that has been approved by the President, and we're trying to then make sure that our roadmap is aligned thereto. The second aspect about the foundation has to do with SA Connect. We believe that SA Connect is a key partner with us to work on it. I will just mention a few aspects as we go around SA Connect. And USASA has then also proposed a project for us, which we think it's quite important to deal with in Sekhukhune. The project is supposed to have started. We've still got a little bit of hiccups there in terms of the project, which would actually focus on building this partnerships and in terms of the local communities. The role of the provincial administration there would be to actually ensure that we align with also with the traditional leaders there, because we do believe that when we then go to the specific communities in some areas, the traditional offices can provide a base for some of the issues for connectivity for members of the communities. What I would like to add in relation to this, is that we also have got these tuition service centers in the province as part and parcel of the key. But we have a little bit of a challenge there, Chairperson, in the sense that initially some of them were funded through the Department of Public Service and Administration. And what we then find that we still don't have a proper mechanism for funding this tuition service centers. So many of them are not effectively connected. And then the other foundational issue is to actually deal with the infrastructure refresh for the province, which has to go together with cyber security framework. We do believe that until and unless we deal with the cyber security aspect, we are not going to be able to deal with that. The next aspect that we would like to talk about deals with service delivery itself, and we believe that service delivery, one of the key aspects for it deals with how we deal with data exchange between the different entities in government, how we deal with payments. We believe that in terms of the national program, there is a project happening there to deal with the payments issues and engaging in terms of citizen engagement. We then are then also looking at making sure that even our own understanding of the province itself, hence we're talking about, is improved. Hence we're talking about our geospatial decision support system, which would be based on the GIS aspect so that we can actually be able to see where we then would like to deal with. I would like to just focus on the issue about skilling, in terms of skilling, both in terms of what is you find in government, but also what you find in communities. We do believe that we, even if we deal about digital, the security aspect, a lot of community members get scammed and so on. So we really need to have a broad education in terms of those skills of how to deal with those, that aspect. Honorable Chair, I would not like to deal with the rest of the issues there. They are more foundational and administrative, if I can put it that way, to build our base in terms of that. I think I would like to just take up your comment on the issue about Limpopo connection and all the other issues, which is not fully expressed in the presentations that we have shared. Because as Limpopo, as a province, we had identified that the issue of connectivity is quite key and critical and has been a real challenge for the province. And one of the key issues is that because communication is a national competency in terms of how it was then dealt with, the province then decided, let's find a solution to deal with the issues around how we bring around broadband. And after quite engagement between the province and the National Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, the province then decided to establish Limpopo Connection, which had got a certain path that it has moved to the point where at one point there was a little bit of a challenge because of the approach that the province took and the mandates of different entities, particularly with regards to how we then would deal with how you go into the deep areas. And because that was a SITA mandate in a sense, so if we wanted to put a connectivity in a specific place, we then had to go through SITA. And the way in which SITA had to operate through either the going through tenders and so on, which made it quite a challenge for Limpopo Connection to actually go and expand and build its base there. So where we are trying to, with Limpopo Connection, to see if we can find other private partnerships and so on. So we don't really have 100% solution in terms of how we then deal with the sustainability of Limpopo connection at this stage. So it is quite a big challenge in relation to that aspect. Now, in terms of, we have talked about SA Connect. In the first phase of SA Connect, which we have then partnered there, we have 75 sites that were connected. And if you will look there, you will see that where we have government offices, we did not provide connectivity to members of the community, even if there is connectivity there. That also has to do with how we function in relation to with SETA as well. And you will also see that we start having challenges in terms of those sites, in terms of SA Connect. Because after the 2 years have lapsed, the original funders were saying, no, we, as a province, you were supposed to then fund the ongoing data and maintenance. And there was no real funding, clear funding arrangement. This is quite a key challenge in relation to how the SA Connect funding arrangement is sitting. In terms of phase 2, we have shared with the other colleagues the sites that we are looking at, and particularly when we then deal with government sites. In terms of phase 2, we are currently engaging through, and there is engagement with SETA in relation to that. For phase 2, we are not able to comment more about those aspects. Other connectivity, okay, I've jumped this. It's more of the other work that the other partners we have deal with, hence I skipped this slide. The other connectivity initiatives that we have, firstly, is that we have a library conditional grant where different libraries have a conditional grant which includes connectivity. We also had a partnership with an entity called Impact Catalyst. As you are aware, Limpopo has quite a number of mines, and this entity was then funded through the mining communities, where they had then set up a number of connectivity points in schools. But unfortunately, when the money fell through, the entity in Limpopo is no longer operational. But some of the schools that were originally funded, some of the mining company has then established. We have already also established a broadband connectivity committee, which is sitting in the office of the Premier. The colleague that I'm with, Mr. Takalo, is the director for ICT in the province, is chairing that broadband connectivity, which includes all the different role players in the province. Now we then have both a municipal ICT forum, which we together with we have sort of sometimes chaired it when Coxstar had a little bit of a challenge, but at this stage the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement, and Traditional Affairs is coordinating. I have talked about the implementation of the USASA project in Sekhukhune. I would not like to emphasize it again. I've understood the time limitations. And I would like just to, as I then wrap up, deal with firstly, the issue about the connectivity of the Tucson service centers which is now compromised at this stage. The long-term funding for SA Connect as a project, and I would like to just highlight a number of other aspects that the chairperson has raised in her opening comments. Firstly, the readiness for AI. We believe that out of the presidential commission on the Presidential Commission, there would have been an arrangement and in relation to how we deal with some of the AI aspects. For instance, getting some of the universities, including, for example, the University of Limpopo, which was also supposed to be a party to the AI Institute for the country. And what we have seen is that that aspect has not really gone through to actually ensure that we actually actualize it. Our expectation would have been that the University of Limpopo would have actually dealt with the issue about indigenous languages in relation to that aspect. And in our engagement with the university, that aspect has actually not happened. The other aspect which we really have a challenge with is in relation to our infrastructure itself, generally, both as an administration, and we have then put it up as a priority to try to see how we then fix it. But we also find that even in many of the offices that we have that are in the far-flung areas, the level of the bandwidth, it's still quite weak. And we think that one of the things that is happening, which we think that maybe if the stakeholders who are here can then take heed of, it can actually take us a little bit further more. Because, for example, if you look at the information that ICASA has around what type of connectivity is where, is actually dependent on the service providers. And what they then provide is information that is sort of creating an impression that the connectivity is up and is correct. For example, if you were to look at the latest report, I think it was in 2022, it says to us that Capricorn itself, as a district, has the highest in terms of connectivity in relation to 5G and so on. Right. But if you really look at it, it's certain aspects of the district that may have, you might find it is Bendo in town and some aspect of other aspect, but it then is presented as if the whole district is actually having that level of connectivity. And we do think that it is probably important for us as government to actually have a better way of understanding where we are in relation to connectivity. Chairperson, I think I would like to pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sitlape. I assume representing the district will be Mr. Hlongwane. I'm not giving you the wrong name, Chief. Are you Mr. Hlongwane? It's I think that name looks like you, so we'll take the Waterberg District Municipality.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It's Mr. Rapuzo. Allow me to stand on the established protocols. Earlier on, when we were preparing this on my team, okay, I'm the accounting officer here at the district. We do have also municipal managers from 5 of our local municipalities that are here. So when my team gave this presentation for us, Chair, one of the, I had some thoughts of which I think colleagues at the province have reflected somehow on. We've had recently the discussion with the Department of Rural Development, and the question that we've had with them was to say, in this time and age, when we talk about rural development, what are we really talking about? I think this engagement with the portfolio committee comes at an opportune time where we are grappling with that kind of definition to such an extent that we leverage some of the natural resources that the district is endowed with, which actually makes it to be one of the attraction point from the tourism point of view, but also with the understanding that we are home to the largest platinum deposits in the world. And we also have about 400 years worth of coal to be mined as we talk about just energy transition. And the communities that are residing within the proximity of all this, what does it mean to them? Does 50 years down the line or so, when all these resources are depleted, what will those communities look like? So I think it's one matter that we are grappling with, but we see this engagement. You know, I was very happy when a number of entities of the department or those that the portfolio committee is responsible for were actually outlined. Some of them we sort of like miss them during our, you know, our DDM processes, particularly during the climax part of the piloting, since Waterberg was one of the pilot. We did engage with the department. I think they assisted us with the instrument known as the Digital Enablement Plan, that actually some of the matters that we'll be reflecting to today are born out of those discussions. So Waterberg, this will just be the outline, but when we talk of Waterberg, it's a municipality, one of the 5 district municipalities in the province. Just for the benefit of some members who might not be familiar with the geographical space, it's one of the 5 district municipalities in the province with 5 local municipalities. Population-wise, it's the smallest in the province. Spatially, it's the largest in the province. So already on that, you can be able to deduce in as far as the connectivity and access thereof impact to the communities is. It comes with its own dynamics. So this is the picture just to show how, in terms of the population, of course, Mogalakwena, which is the largest in terms of population composition within the district, with Bela being the smallest. Now, I think what the reason why we're here was outlined by the chair. I'm not really going to waste much time in as far as that is concerned. Our ICT strategy is in place, and it covers some of those parts, and also it's aligned or consistent with the IDPs of the municipality, or seeks to respond to the imperatives of the development within the space, to ensure that there's accessibility in terms of services, and also in terms of how the municipalities are interacting, communicating with our communities, to keep them informed in terms of the decisions of council and so forth. Of course, there are the strategies also looks at how to bring about efficiencies and effectiveness in terms of rendering services to the communities. That means, you know, the use of technology or leveraging technology in terms of that. So that's what the strategies actually does have, and most of those the colleague I think from also the Premier touched on to try what in terms of what they are doing. But as you will see later on when you talk in terms of the forum, that's one part that we are grappling with to ensure that it is functioning as it ought to function. During the, as I alluded to, that during the piloting period, we attempted to take advantage of one of the SIP initiatives, that programs that were done by Infrastructure South Africa in the province, that of digitization of government. But I think to a certain extent, that project from the broader government perspective was not then continued with as a SIP initiative. But what we did as Waterberg then, we said, no, we continue with it with our family of municipalities to say how do we then continuously improve in terms of digitization of our services to our communities, and so as to improve efficiencies and effectiveness and so forth. So that's the path that we continued with, and we thought, we think it is one of the key matter that our forums or our ICT, as they sit, they must be seized with. Other than, for example, we found that maybe they may be sitting and discussing systems and all those, which is fine. But to say, how do we then begin to integrate those systems? How effective and efficient are they in terms of increasing the extent to which communities or our stakeholders are interfacing with us, with municipalities in terms of services. So those are what all our strategies must look at. In terms of governance issues, or how the institutional matters in as far as ICT is concerned, all the municipalities that are there, perhaps, Chair, I must put a disclaimer, because you will see this as we go with the presentation in terms of, you will see every time we get to Tabazimbi, it will be blank. That has its own dynamics in terms of what is happening in the municipality. And I think the province and national, they are then attending to that to ensure that we, moving forward, some of these matters that may be attended to, maybe even during the briefing that might have been reflected. So you'll see throughout, with regard to Tabazimbi, there won't be information, but we can allude to that later on. But in terms of all the municipalities, their ICT forums, their steering committee, or their risk, as well as audit committee, external audit committee, they are there because they are amongst the responsibilities. All these assurance structures, they have to ensure the effectiveness of ICT governance processes and so forth, so that even when the AG comes and look at these matters, they are satisfied that the relevant internal bodies might have looked at those matters. Capacity-wise, most of the municipalities, they do have required staff, save for, you'll see in Waterberg there, in terms of there are those that are not necessarily funded for, but I think as we go now to the budget, the one for the DM or the CRO will actually be catered for. I think across all municipalities, it is that of as a information security officer, which is critical considering, you know, the direction of most municipalities moving to cloud storage and all those other matters. That means issues of security becomes quite important. We've had an engagement where the state security did a study, walk through our systems to check in terms of cyber security and all those other matters, and they gave us a report. And as those are some of the things, even in some of the forums as they sit, they must then check to what extent are the municipalities then responding to those possible concerns or threats that might have actually been identified. Hence, the security officer responsibility becomes quite important. And I think most of the municipalities have identified that as an area that moving forward they will have to attend to, but the rest of those other responsibilities are there. In terms of the work that is being done in as far as ICT is concerned, or to automate, this is linking now to what we were saying earlier on in terms of digitization or making municipalities smart in terms of how they operate, or building smart municipalities that are responsive, that are taking advantage of leveraging the era in which we are living of technology. So in Waterberg, there are those systems that we are looking at automating, and then currently we are working on the ICT ICT infrastructure, which is funded through the national department there, as well as the I think it's EPMS, and that also covers Mudimole as well as the Palale, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, in terms of the disaster recovery or BCP, that is linked to the development of the infrastructure, and therefore it is at the draft at this level, and the policy, they are there, and they will also be aligned with the new infrastructure that is actually being done. And in terms of the next municipality, those are what they are actually doing there, and then all the policies they are there in place, as well as the disaster recovery plan. Mudimulle is the same, all the policies are in place and the disaster recovery, and it's actually being upgraded. Rushing. Now, in terms of digitization, I think that's one part where all of us, we as municipalities, it's an area that we are still grappling with. And I think the chair said something quite interesting, which might be an opportunity missed. And more so that we are always crying as municipalities, say, look, we don't have, I mean, our revenue streams are losing their intended purpose, and then the national fiscals, we are told it's actually depleting. We need to identify other sources of revenue, and this one of broadband would have actually been one of those that could actually have leveraged. Unfortunately, most of the municipalities, you find that across the district, the private sector has moved, of course, together with our colleagues in the province or national, and I think that's one area that where we could have taken advantage of that. Waterberg, as I said earlier, is about 57% urban, so it's more peri-urban, but we have quite a lot of, most of our communities living in the rural areas or under Mahoshi. So that on its own therefore affect in terms of how we respond in terms of this. So this is just a picture to paint that to show the concentration point in terms of, the services and everything else. One of the things that we have done, I think it was together with the COCTA and DBSA, was to come up with a model of D-Lab, which is what we view as the modern day kind of multi-purpose facilities that are actually leveraging or having your hubs there that actually mobilize or provide services to different or a large number of stakeholders and make it easier, more like a one-stop shop that our communities can actually be able to then access. That is also fitted with your hotspot capabilities that then enables nearby communities to be able to do that. So that the starting point of that is actually Bela. Of course, it takes longer time than anticipated because of the dynamics within DBSA, but we thought if it once completed, it was going to then assist us in terms of then replicating it across the district and pulling more stakeholders, even including business, to then make use of the facility moving forward. In terms of connectivity, most of our municipalities, we come from an era where the civic center used to be the most active as opposed to the so-called satellite offices. And I think there is that move by most of our municipalities to ensure that we enhance the capacity and the capabilities of the satellite offices, so that almost the very same type of services that our communities are able to access at the civic center, they can be able to access at those satellite offices, which is, of course, for now, most of them is a challenge because the connectivity there is limited. Sometimes in some area, you find that people may have to either maybe come back the following day because of they are not able to do services as they've intended because maybe of issues of connectivity and the like. And we are happy that all these agencies that actually assist us in this place, and municipalities can actually begin to really leverage on the partnership that can enhance and ensure optimal connectivity and increase in bandwidth in terms of access connectivity to those places, and then that will make life easier and reduce the traveling distances from communities as and when they want to do business with the municipality. So I think that is the same across all the municipalities. I was reflecting to it. It's more or less the same challenge in all of them. But the satellites are there, but it's the issue of connectivity, Chair. So what I have highlighted, what I was reflecting to, I think my colleagues in the municipality, as they speak, they will be able to then cover or reflect into finer details in terms of those. But in essence, the part I want to really emphasize on, it's more on to say, there is a move amongst all the municipalities to leverage the era in which we live of ICT. Municipalities are beginning to talk about Internet of Things. Municipalities are beginning to talk about the importance of ICT in terms of data-based type of decisions that councils must take. And therefore, that on its own calls upon us as municipalities to also build the capacity or capabilities of our personnel in terms of the type of skill sets that they need to acquire in as far as data analytics and so forth are concerned, but also our communities. It becomes quite important in terms of how then do we also empower them to be able to then navigate within the type of tools, systems that we are beginning to introduce as municipalities. For example, the era where we used to sometimes not have community meetings because we'll say, hey, it is maybe the time is not conducive and so forth, or people are at work and all those other matters, it is over. We can be able to now take advantage of the technologies, hold a community meeting, virtual, where people are able to have access, they can be able to go through the municipal IDP, through the budget and so forth, and ensure that their views are well taken through by a council and so forth. So those are the matters, and also you making use of your municipal app, your WhatsApps and so forth, to respond to different types of surveys or vote for certain type of contribute to a certain type of decisions that actually will impact their development. So those are the skills that as municipalities, together with our social partners and all the organs of state, we need to ensure that we empower and support our communities. The part I was referring to of rural communities, Chair, earlier on, we were saying, as we said, that we are about 47% rural, and most of our communities staying with Mahoshi and so forth. We are saying, when you talk of rural development from the perspective that we have canvassed throughout the DTM process, in our context, we have, those are the areas that needs to, instead of changing them or urbanizing them, is not the intention, but develop them in such a way that they are areas of, that actually resemble the areas of today, to a point whereby people who are residing in those areas may see no need to actually move to your urban areas and so forth for better lives, because now services are brought to them, infrastructure is brought to them, and they're able to do whatever form of business they may want to do with government or with any other of those they are doing with business with, from wherever they are, from the comfort of their homes. And we think that's what ICT brings to us. Secondly, most of those rural areas or villages, you have heritage and indigenous knowledge that must be preserved, then which actually enhances the tourism that is one of the economic drivers of the district. And therefore, we need to ensure that we are able to correctly package and market those so that it begins to bring that economy closer to those spaces, other than them thinking that tourism is only about people going to see other things, but also the indigenous knowledge that is there, the indigenous species of plants and animals that are there, which can be explained by the elderly, by those old people who have been there, who have built that knowledge, and then can begin to generate income out of those. And those then be canvassed or demonstrated through the use of technology, communicated across all over the world. So that's from the perspective in which we live. But also moving to the mining part of it, we are saying, if you look at Mogalakwena, it's worth, they have platinum the largest platinum in the world. The question that we have is to say, as the municipality develop its long-term strategy, they must be able to say, what will Mogalakwena look like beyond platinum? You may find that there will be skills that they would have canvassed today. It may be an innovation economy, but that they may need to begin to build today, not when now the mines are working for the rehabilitations. So it is that opportunity that all of us seated here, particularly the agencies that were introduced, you need to converge and begin to share some of these ideas with the municipality like Mokgalakwe to say, this is what we think, and in terms of ensuring connectivity, in terms of building new skills that will be required, the skills of the future, to ensure that the municipality is sustainable beyond its current mineral endowment and so forth. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MM. Can I ask the MMs of the locals maybe just to also stand so we can acknowledge them? I'm not seeing your MMs. Oh, Sanibonani. Thank you very much for making the time to join us today, and I think for that presentation. Now, I'm afraid to ask if the MM of Tabazimbi is here because you don't indicate, does Tabazimbi exist, not exist? What is the issue?
Chair, that one, can I leave it for the executive mayor there to share it with you?
Okay, no, thank you very much, MM. And we truly appreciate the two presentations that we have received. I'm going to open up for the members if they have any questions, comments that they would like to make on the presentation. And thereafter, we will then move to some of the MSMEs that are operating within the space in the province. Honorable members? 2 minutes each. We are led. Would you like to start, Honorable Subrata?
Thank you,
okay, sorry. Let's start with Honorable Hendricks.
Sorry, Chair, almost okay. I was on the mics. Thanks. We welcome the presentations from the two gentlemen. It was very informative and it gave us a little bit of understanding. Mine is just a comment, Chair. I'm happy. I think it's the second presentation that the gentleman was busy with, that in Limpopo now they are speaking about IoT. It is very interesting, and it is especially in analytics and this data and all these skills that you are talking about. I'm happy to hear it, and don't stop, because our people outside, when you speak about IoT, they don't understand what you mean. So that was just a comment. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Ngobesa, anything from you?
No,
Honorable Matafa?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me join you in appreciating the presentation. Chair, I also had a question around the Tabazimbi issue, and where the question came from, it's maybe because the province, when they presented, they did not speak about performance or collaboration in terms of how are they assisting municipalities that are having challenges. So I think it's important, even if when the mayor of Tabazimbi is not here, it is important that the province share with us what challenges are there. Because their strategy, I believe, is a function of the mini strategies by municipalities. And its success will be determined by the success of the municipalities when they implement their strategies. But when the province spoke, they were very silent on how they measure success. They were very silent on what support they give. They were very silent on the challenges that they experience. I'm quite happy to see that the presentation by the district is aligned with national and provincial priorities. It is very much welcome. The only concern I have is that in the district, the two critical positions are unfunded. So we just need to find comfort that under that kind of a situation, this particular positions or what they seek to achieve will be sustainable in the long run. Because sometime in future it might come and say, no, this thing cannot continue unfunded, therefore we are canning it. So can someone talk to that, either the province or the municipality? Yeah, Chair, let me just of the, most of the things were covered by the district. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Matefa. Honorable Ntshavheni.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good morning to everyone, executive mayors, as well as the representatives from various agencies and departments. Chair, I think my question is really to ask about the status of connectivity in the province. Do we have any live connecting projects that are functional, that are actually working, and what is the average speed of connectivity? Communities, rural areas, as well as including the fact that we want to place more emphasis on women and people with disabilities. The challenge of connectivity affects mostly the women, the households, the rural households as well. You know, so I just want to know, in terms of the level of connectivity, is there anything? Municipalities, are they running any projects like you've presented under the Waterberg district? Are there any projects to make sure that Wi-Fi is actually reaching the people? The question of, I think on the first presentation, with the current status of the SA Connect, you know, in terms of the current situation on the Limpopo connection, you know, there's been a question of the Limpopo question in terms of the investor. What happened to the money that was invested in Limpopo connection? Because there's been a lot of money poured into rolling out of broadband in the province, but we don't see any tangible report on successes. What has been achieved, what is still the challenge, and what needs to be done. Right now, Limpopo connection has been moved to now a status where it is looking for an investor. And, you know, the report that we're getting is the target, they're not sure if they're going to maintain it in terms of finding this particular investor. And the department had promised that the report will be provided by the end of the financial year, which has not happened. The strategic investment partner, the entity that has focused on onboarding the investment and partners to ensure rollout of fiber, but it was not achieved. So these are the current reports that we're having and we're getting out of the province. I can tell you for a fact, I come from Limpopo. I grew up in this province. I'm from Lobahomo. My village is Khanchabele. There's a huge challenge. I'm here on a passionate mission, Mina. And you know, in terms of Siamosa province arena, we can't be there in Cape Town shining and talking about what the DA has done for people in the Western Cape. But when you come back home, you find this current situation where connectivity is a challenge. I can tell you, even when we're traveling, there was challenges in terms of getting proper, basic, you know, broadband on your mobile service. So if mobile connection is difficult, can you imagine rural connectivity of fiber as well as broadband? This is not something that, and I'm going to be a slightly longer chair. 2 minutes was, you know, just takes greetings, you know. So, let me be flexible. So, Veshu, I'm just saying, I think let's be selfish and prioritize the development of our province. The issues tell us swear mo ke charena. A gona ba bang le ro ya ba affecta. Ba rena re tle ka oversight ro tlo spela. If re sepetse sa bona what we want to see and what we want to see change, it means asaka radiela batho ba rena mmereko. We are here on to making sure that that work can be done. If the agencies are here and the issues that are actually being discussed are pertinent, please bring them. Where you need assistance to unlock, make it quick so that we can start working on those programs. So I just wanted to add on that, Chair. I'm worried. There's no connectivity in the province. Some of the projects that are spoken about are not real. You can go to the schools, you can go to the post offices, you can go to the municipalities, there's connectivity. West, go to the townships and the villages, and then just do basic, you know, signal search, or check for Wi-Fi, or check for these things that are spoken about. The services are not there. Let me conclude on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchableng. Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I think just so that we do not miss the opportunity to really get an understanding of what's happening with the Tabazimbi local municipality, because if we're going to have a conversation and exclude them, then it's defeating the purpose. And what came out clearly, especially from the second presenter, was that this is a quiet rural area and there is issues, Zamakhosi. And I'm also worried that their voices would be missing from the conversation today. I did hear it being asked if they are represented, but if we could just get clarity on that. Chair, I think it was Mr. Sehlapelo from the legislature. You talk about your strategies of the digital transformation roadmap starting in 2026 to 2031. Please confirm if this is the starting point or this is a continuation of a long initiated project. And from that long initiated project, because that would be my positive assumption, what reviews came out of that? And what lessons did you learn from that? And what measures are you able to share in terms of the success stories of the previous cycle of that project? Because it would be worrisome for us to hear that we are only talking about strategy for 2026, 2031. So if you could just please provide the background to that, I would really appreciate that. And also when you talk about Limpopo Connection, when was it established? What is its what success has come out of the Limpopo Connect? And like Honorable Nchableng says, it really is the responsibility of ourselves as leaders to really make sure that while we appreciate that business comes in to really make a buck of the people, the responsibility still lies with this sort of department, these sort of entities, to really connect the most rural of areas. And Limpopo being a vast and rural area, how are you winning, if at all? And the same strategy that you spoke to us about, where business is not going to really make an investment, what are your plans? Are they solid plans, or we will be having the conversation in 10 years and we will still be talking about the digital divide because of the vastness of the program, of the province, because of the ruralness of the program, of the province, I beg your pardon? Then we would really have failed. The second, thank you, sir. The second presenter, I'm sorry I missed your surname, sir. You talk about having ICT programs in your IDP shopping list. How feasible is that? Especially for me, coming from local government, the minute you talk about IDP, the priority is always sewer, roads, and those core competencies of local government. How do you balance that? How feasible is that? How do you explain to your communities that you are going to have fiber installation in your IDP as a priority? And what has come out of that? Is it something, how are you managing that? Because I think all of us sitting in the room understand the importance of that, but there's also competing interests with the men on the street. For me, with the district...
Let it be known, she proposed 2 minutes.
It's a democracy.
And last 5 questions. I think for me, I'm not really familiar with the role, the structures of the district municipality, but I would have thought there's some sense of standardization in terms of the roles, and you are able to then measure equally the outputs of the different municipalities. And it's just as a comment, and you are more than welcome to really speak to that, just so that you compare apples with apples to some extent. And you make recommendations that I think for me are really solid. How far are you with the things that you have recommended? Because the diagnosis is there in terms of what needs to be done to get the district into competitive in terms of the bridging the digital divide. But are you winning again? That is the question, to say you've got the recommendation, you've got the proper diagnosis. Sitting where you are sitting, are you confident that you are on your way to bridging the digital divide? Again, when we talk about the conversation in 10 years' time, we can talk about the successes and not necessarily the impediments that we really continue to hear. And I think, Chair, just a point that was also made, the lack of coordination from the department and the various entities is something that we really need to take into serious consideration.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhaga.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Still in the morning, eh?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Chair, I had an opportunity to another committee to move around this province, particularly deep rural areas, land reform and rural development. I had that opportunity to go deep down the rural areas. I had an opportunity of touching base with some institutions like the schools. Now, my question will be general, because we had an opportunity of listening to Amakos in those meetings, different stakeholders of Limpopo in 4 districts, in 4 district municipalities. Now, what is your relationship between yourselves and the Department of Education, Health, and to what extent have you actually made some connectivity in those two institutions? You're talking clinics here, you're talking hospitals, you're talking schools. To what extent are you rating yourselves in terms of your connectivity as far as those basic institutions, particularly in rural areas? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the remainder of Honorable Mkhaga's time for the ANC. Chairperson, let me firstly welcome this opportunity to engage the presentations and maybe ask a question, Chairperson. You may recall when the entities appeared before us, we asked the question that when they did the APPs, we asked the question that is there a standardization of APPs? Maybe we need to ask ourselves a question as a portfolio committee, because this is the second oversight we are doing into an area which we have earmarked as rural and deep rural, because we're asking the critical question that what is the digital divide and how are we closing it? I think that's the problem statement, and maybe we need to provide that, because what I'm seeing coming through here is not answering that question totally. It's not answering the question, and as honorable members indicated, we'll be coming back, but I think we need to provide. When we come here, there's lots of information we're getting, and we don't want to get information overload. Maybe the overarching question will be, what oversight does the province have over an ICT strategy? What are the guardrails that we have in place? Or is it just left to this portfolio committee to find time amidst a very busy calendar? And when we come here, what we highlight, because then talks to the question, what happens then in those provinces that we might not get a chance to visit during the 7th administration? So for me, the critical question is, who oversights this entire ICT strategy? I made observation, for example, why is there no Wi-Fi provision at the government offices? Or why have 5 health sites been dismantled? You know, why was the Tusong Services Centers discontinued or stopped? These are questions that appeared, but no satisfactory explanation rendered, and I don't think it would be the purview of this committee to really respond to that, but receive the explanation. But I think there should be an internal monitoring mechanism that, to me, is possibly lacking, and maybe we need to understand what does the province do across, because we have come here to Limpopo. We want to get a snapshot similar to what we saw in the, I like the slide on the graph or the map of this Waterberg municipality. I'd love to see a picture, a map of the Limpopo province, and tell us, Gatti, which area is a problem, which we are winning with. Then we understand. We have triaged it like an emergency room. That we are winning, we know where we're going. Chairperson, I'm not seeing that coming through, and I'd love for us to learn from this reflection.
district municipality, you speak about a very nice term, ICT, infrastructure modernization. So, Mr. Rapuzzo, you speak about an ICT infrastructure modernization. Can you please be specific? It's a very nice term we use. Please be specific. What are you doing? And are you collaborating with all the entities around this room to achieve that end game? I want to echo the concerns raised by Honorable Matafa around the two unfunded positions in the district municipality. And I think that's something that we must be addressing. To what extent are your municipalities embraced digitization and digital services? To what extent are you offering what can be done and what cannot be done? And maybe the last two questions is, are you seeing the impact of your work on the 3 apex priorities that the chairperson has spoken to, particularly maybe the first two? That is to build an inclusive economy, to create jobs, and the second one is to reduce the cost of living. Are you seeing the impact? Because ultimately, the president has been very clear that the digital economy presents opportunities for the poorest of the poor and the most rural. And that is why when we choose these areas, when we come out, and maybe lastly, are there any wow stories that you can share with us where your efforts have resulted in someone really in the rural area has been able to create a job for themselves or earn a living? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Your Worship, your Mayor, any comments, perhaps questions that you may have on your side?
Listen, I think I'm fine at this juncture.
Chair?
No, thank you very much. I think the honorable members have traversed most of the issues, but there's suffice, Chair, to ask about, I think the first presentation spoke only to 75 sites. Maybe the question will be, what was the target? And my assumption in this regard is that all public institutions that you were targeting to connect, that can only be my assumption. But you can see the pace with which you are moving points to, I think, the concern raised by one of the members that were far in terms of assuaging the gap between the rural areas or the people who stays in the rural areas and the urban areas in terms of connectivity. I think the question will just be that, what was the target? Chair, I think that would be the only question that I would ask.
Thank you very much. DDG Sono, could I invite you perhaps to go sit there so that you are the third arm of state? We see all of you properly. No, sphere of government. You're not an arm of state. That's a sphere of government. I think as DDG Sono comes, let me just add to the issues, which for me is the most concerning. When we were making the opening remarks earlier, we alluded to the fact that we are being told by government that they operate through this district development model. Now, is the one here, number one, do you have, I think the words that they used to use was one district, one plan, one budget. Is there a plan for Waterberg? And secondly, how then does that plan express itself when it comes to digitization, digital transformation? The three of you now sitting like that, as the three spheres of government, do you jointly plan? And if so, can DDG Sono or any of the other senior officials paint for us at any point in time what their plan is in Waterberg, what they have done, and demonstrate that working together, because your presentations don't seem to bring that through. I'm also interested to find out the institutional responsibility for digital transformation in the province. Where does it lie, DDG? Because I would assume that at some point somebody is saying this is the provincial plan and we are all going to follow this provincial plan. Obviously, in appreciation of the different mandates of the different spheres of government, but where does that responsibility lie? I'm even thinking of co-opting the chairperson here next to me. If necessary, we give him a portfolio. But I understand it's not a provincial competence, but it's not going to happen, in isolation. And then the two song centers, Mr. Nene, the last time you asked us, you said they don't exist. Now in Limpopo, we're told that they must be reconnected. If we could just find out what's happening there. And then SA Connect Phase 2, I think you were referring to Phase 2, clearly seems to have been a disaster. But with that being said, do you know which schools, which hospitals, traditional authorities, government offices are going to be connected with what? Whether it's USO obligations, by when, so that we know what it is that we are going to be oversighting. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I was relaxed at the back there, thinking the questions are not directed to me, but yeah, I think what is key, and our view is that for any digitization that needs to happen, at the center of that is connectivity. And hence the presentations that we're going to be making to show what we've been doing around the province. From an SA Connect point of view, we have, Chair, in this particular area connected the different. I think you said there was five areas. We have connected the 5 areas through the use of the SMMEs around here. We have connected. There's no. Let me speak specifically to Waterberg. There are no public facilities like clinics around the area. So we're connecting, we've done the connection around using, they call them not taverns, tech shops, spaza shops. So we've provided connectivity via spaza shops, which allows the community to connect directly to Wi-Fi. In terms of the speeds, because there's questions around the speeds that are basically coming, and I think speeds is good in terms of throughput or downloading information. On average, the size here, the connectivity is around 56 megabits per second. Of course, Chair, there is what we call contention ratio. That is meaning that the more people connect, the speed will basically go down. So, but on average, when you have on average around 170 households connecting, you'll have a speed of around between 5 megabits per second and 10 megabits per second, which is sufficient to download any information. But if it's an individual, you can get up to an average of more than 56 megabits per second. We have also done the primary school around the area.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
DDG, let me not preempt your presentation. Those things in your presentation?
They are in the presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything from the questions the members asked that's not in your presentation?
I think the issue around that was asked by Honorable Nchabele in terms of the challenges of connectivity around the area. There's the usual 2G, 3G, 4G, not enough for 5G. I think it's a concern that we always drive with the MNOs to say there has to be also focus not only in metros, but even in smaller towns and of course the rural areas. So it's one of the problems that we continue to face. There's also an issue around houses being far away from fiber, and which we believe it is a core backhaul that can be used to ensure that better speeds are approved by the province. If you look at the province itself, on average is around 40% of houses they are far from fiber. It is not a good look. It's something that we are quite aware of in terms of we just concluded the study which has that particular reflection, so we need to really act, and I think having that particular information, it guides us as the department, and of course BBI with the colleagues here, and the province to know what is exactly happening on the ground, because without those particular studies, we can be everywhere and not knowing what is currently happening. But the study being concluded now by NPC and DBSA and ourselves, it reflected that in this particular province, and it's something that I think it's information that the province must also be aware of, and we need to respond to that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me maybe start at the most biggest question as to who has got the institutional responsibility in the province. The Office of the Premier has the institutional responsibility for this function, and it is for that reason that the office is actually coordinating the development of the provincial roadmap, and it's actually the, let's call it the center point for all engagements with both local and national department. Now, when you deal with the issue around broadband, it is for that reason that the broadband committee for the province is also sitting in the office of the, let me say, the coordination of that is sitting in the office of the Premier, and it is the one that then really brings together all the different role players. Now, with regards to the strategy in itself, it is not the first one, right? The province has had a what initially was referred to the e-government strategy, which was probably more focused on the e-government part. But also, if you go back, in actual fact, the province, maybe in the last 20 years or 25 years, has actually had a number of programs to look at beyond government in relation to the issue of digital transformation. You would probably remember that one of the very, very early programs that was in the province related to the iCommunity program, which was actually based in Waterberg, where the issues around not only the issue of infrastructure, but also dealing with ICT skills and those type of issues. Now, the question then is that what is our assessment of how far have we gone, and how do we then assess our the performance of the province? It's not very. There are progress, but it's not really something you can stand on top of the mountain and say whatever. But there are quite a number of successes that has been there. And like I say, if you look at how the province has actually considered this as important, is firstly with the establishment of Limpopo Connection itself as an entity is illustrating, and the funding of it, how the provincial administration considers this aspect as very important. And even if you go back and look at the Limpopo Development Plan, I just opened, and I just want to just give you one or two numbers there, which talks about, for example, it uses the statistics that were available there, is that you would have, in terms of that, for Limpopo, just any kind of access, it's about 69.7%, any count in relation for the whole province, right? And then you look at public Wi-Fi, it's less than 2%. Right, and those that get, in terms of internet cafe fees, is 1%. Of course, you'll find that a whole lot of it comes from mobile, but even if you go to mobile, the issues around where you find there is mobile connectivity, but that connectivity is substandard, if I would say it so, is actually prevalent. Right? So in that part, it's an area where we really need to focus. Now the question that is asked is, having put so much money into something like Limpopo Connection, what did we get wrong? Right? Why have we then really not been able to? And our assessment is that the reason why we got it wrong is partly due to the architecture of how the digital and connectivity issues are managed, right? The broader architecture. Firstly, you have the national entities that function in a specific way, and I want to give you something that I believe everybody who is here should be quite aware of, right? That you have, for example, the province having said we have established Limpopo Connection. Limpopo Connection is given money. It lays out a certain amount of fiber, right? With the expectation that part of that fiber would be utilized by some of the public entities, right? Government entities, right? But the law says for you to do that, you actually, if it is a government entity, a hospital, a clinic, right? It has to go through CETA, right? And it means that Limpopo Connection must go and tender at CETA to deal with that specific issue, right? But you then have a situation where, right, CETA says we can't just pick you up because you are a government entity, right? And that is part and parcel of what I can say where we got it wrong, right? Now, the issue that is being asked is what is this story around the partner, right? And so on. Because what you then have is that Limpopo Connection does have quite connection points, which is part of the successes in itself, right? Where it connects certain entities outside of government, but it's not enough to make it sustainable as a business and also to reach out everywhere where it is. And currently, in terms of the leader group itself, it is consuming the services that are provided by Limpopo Connection. Limpopo Connection is also providing other programs where we talk about skills and also trying to deal with communities where we need to then learn how to code and all those things. So they do have those type of programs that are running. Now, in relation to the provincial administration itself, for example, one of the things I can say is it's something we can say is a good success, right? Is the fact that we have an e-recruitment program where all the departments and everybody, irrespective of where you are, as long as you have got connectivity, you can apply for any job in the provincial administration and so on. So the challenge would then be in relation to that. So there are quite a number of successes. I cannot say that there is no success in terms of how we've implemented the e-government strategy for the province at that stage. Now, the targets for the sites in terms of phase one of the SA Connect, 75 it was the target, right? And as we know, in terms of the SA Connect, the target in general for the country is very ambitious in terms of everybody else needs to be connected, right? And the way in which some of the targets are then set, in Limpopo we will give you so many sites for you to then deal with, right? It is probably, and I think, I do believe that my colleague Ndade Sono can probably later talk about it, but it's about the money that the national department is able to put in any particular year to actually roll out for any specific year and deal with that. Our view is that we really need to expand the infrastructure itself. But as a provincial administration, we have tried to deal with that through Limpopo Connection, and we have actually sort of failed in the sense that as a South African society, not necessarily as a province. How are we working with the Department of Education and Department of Health? We are actually working very closely because all the departments in the province are part and parcel of the GITO Council for the province, and we do actually monitor them on a quarterly basis in terms of what is happening in the specific departments. But we know that not all the sites that government has, you look at Department of Education, you look at Department of Health, you look at Department of Social Development, not every site has the right of connectivity that we require. And it is ultimately the issue of money or the issue of connectivity in terms of whether the type of basic infrastructure is there to deal with that. I think maybe to just summarize, where we want to be is like Fanya.
Any additions?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let's also welcome the inputs and the questions. Well, the Executive Mayor acting said I can speak maybe on the Tabazimbi one. I will leave it for the last. I think there was a very interesting question to say, how far are we in as far as closing the digital divide is concerned? And I think it's obvious in terms of, and I think the Chair, you correctly captured it, that yes, whilst we are converging, but maybe the pace is a bit, might need to be increased so that the threat can be seen, that now we are working as government, one government, in terms of, for example, the question that was asked is to say the status of actual Wi-Fi across municipalities. You'll appreciate that what the DDG was saying, they are dealing with that one from the community side of it. And then as municipalities, it only goes in as far as once the members of the community come and do business with us within our premises, then they can be able to, if they have to, maybe then they can connect to the Wi-Fi or public Wi-Fi at that point in time. And also in some municipalities, at some municipal halls, community halls, there is that accessibility. But I think the idea and in terms of the national perspective ultimately is that all communities must actually be connected across the length and the breadth of the country, and of course within the available resources. Yet we are not yet, let's say in the context of Waterberg, we are not yet there. We are still far. But I think with the partnership that we may need to work hard on, as all the entire government in its entirety, we should be able to do that. More so that we have alluded to the fact that Waterberg is too broad, and sometimes it makes now doing business with government, if people have to travel, very expensive. but with then connectivity, we can be able to then reduce the cost of doing a business with government between, amongst the members of the public. So I think that divide can still leveraging the, the DDM and so forth. We can be able to do that. ICT information and modernization and or automation. I think how we want, how we are dealing with it, we ask this question to say, how do you eat an elephant? And the reason why we asked that question, it was when also Salga came to us and said with the strategy, smart city strategy, and so we say, so we're saying, okay, how do you build a smart municipality? Because basically, it's more of leveraging the use of ICT to bring efficiencies and effectivenesses in terms of your service provisioning. So we said, we have a lot of systems that we are working on as municipalities, but in an integrated manner. So we can begin municipality per municipality to say, okay, these are the systems that we are having, and we are improving them, we are bringing them to currency in terms of what is happening. We are leveraging for IR and all those other things. Latest is artificial intelligence in terms of your customer care and so forth. And in essence, pulling, what we, your Batubele principle in terms of service delivery standards. And of course, we cannot roll them to the full system, your service delivery standards, because once you do that, you overcommit yourself and you're not ready on the ground. For example, if you say no, if a member of the public, if your phone rings twice, in terms of your Batubele, it must be picked up. Now, how do you address that? By looking at addressing that as municipality, using your AI. That means now, you can be able within your customer care system say, if within that time it's not actually answered.
Mr. Rabuti, is this happening or you are projecting us into the future?
No, that's what we are working towards as part of digitization of government. Yes. And so in that context, because for example, as a district, we have the disaster management function where we have your command, and then we are looking, we are saying, futuristically, then we can be able to say, let's have a shared customer care service in the event that when communities phone municipalities, they're not able to get through, then you are able to then, on the other end, handle that aspect. But presently, what is happening, Chair, because I think that's what also the member said, what are some of the examples?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, we're really running out of time. Ne?
Yes.
So maybe during the course of the morning while we're here, you can give some of the examples. Is there anything that you specifically want to highlight before you close? Because I also want to check with your MMs if anybody wants to say something. Is there anything else?
Yeah, maybe on the Tabazimbi one, Chair, because it was, so we, previously there was an intervention, section 136 and 139C, intervention, where the council was dissolved, and then the new council was elected, and then after a few months that having happened, I think council took a decision to suspend, or to fire, not to suspend, to fire the municipal manager, and then with immediate effect. And then the municipal manager took obviously, after some time, then took that to court. And then while that was at court, the municipal manager was now back in his position. And then the municipal manager, during council, they decided to remove the mayor and the speaker. So after that has happened, so they removed ones, went to court, challenging the decision. So, I'll just leave it there so that I think you can see the impact in terms of those who have to coordinate the information. The challenge, because in essence, there's no one who must actually sign off this information and all those other matters, or even when the information is brought here, there has to be a person who can vouch for that information. You see, so I think that is where we are. But the COCSTA in the province and the national COCTA, there was I think the meeting was supposed to be last week. It was rescheduled, perhaps somewhere next week, where the deputy minister will actually be coming together with the MEC and the executive mayor, going to the municipality to try and address what is actually happening in the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MK Party calls it Inganekwan. Oh, Inganekwan. Okay, can I check with the other MMs if maybe in 1 minute there's anything that they would like to add, they want the committee to be aware of? My apologies, I can't see you behind me, so if you have a microphone, just press and go. Okay, thank you very much. Let me thank, please proceed.
Apologies, Chair. I just wanted to add on what DDG Sono has presented. Basically, to touch on the coordination between national and provincial. I think the DDG from the province has alluded. There is a steering committee that was established. We participate as the department. Apologies, Chair. I'm Peter Mello from the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. I'm the Chief Director heading what you call Rapid Deployment Coordination. We are engaging with the province through that structure, where all entities participate and other provincial government are part of that particular steering committee. We ensure there is alignment in what the national government is doing in terms of connectivity in the province. We ensure that there is no duplication of efforts by the province and national. Now, getting to local government, we work closely with local government, especially when we roll out phase 2 of SA Connect. We have engaged all the local municipalities, excluding Tabazimbi, due to some challenges that we couldn't get hold of the municipal manager. But the reason we engaged municipalities was to ensure that we garner support from the municipality during the deployment of infrastructure. One was to see how national government can utilize what we call street furniture, municipal-owned entities infrastructure, such as your water towers, such as access to any municipal infrastructure. That does two things. One is to quickly deploy the infrastructure that we did as part of SA Connect. Secondly, it minimizes the cost of the deployment. And the ripple effect of that is that the SMME that were deployed or that were deployed by BBI could maximize more Wi-Fi hotspots in the areas because they don't have to build from scratch. Secondly, there are challenges that the municipalities are facing, which we call them digital infrastructure challenges. Your vandalism and theft, your construction mafia and that. We work together, including the safety department, to ensure that we protect the asset that government has invested, which is fiber or whether it's Wi-Fi hotspots. The last thing is there are two legislations that were put in place in 2023. That is one from the department, which is called Rapid Deployment Policy Direction. And also the one from COCTA, where we participated, is called the National Standard Draft Bylaw. That, what it does, those particular laws, it supports the municipality to ensure there is standardization in terms of deployment of ICT infrastructure, or what you call ECS or ECNS, Electronic Communication Network Services. Most municipalities do not have the policies or procedure on approving of digital infrastructure. What it does, it delays the deployment by both public and private. You find instances, Makalakwena will have a different procedure in terms of approval of the way live. Mudimule will have a different one. If a company has to build fiber from Polokwane, crossing through these municipalities, they are subjected to different policies. So we, as the Department of Communication, have been supporting municipalities to adopt the National Draft Bylaw by COCT. It's a guideline. It's not a policy. It's the jurisdiction of local municipality to process the WILIF application. But from national, we are saying, let's assist you. In the event that you don't have policies that can be utilized by the municipality, we as the department can assist you to draft a framework of processing this particular WILIFs. It's not coming from government. 90% of it comes from the private sector. So, Chair, I wanted to make a statement that we are working with the municipalities. And the last one is to ensure that there is no duplication. We minimize it by all effort because we are aligned in terms of our plans, especially on SA Connect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mello. Let me also thank the municipal manager as well as the DDG for those presentations. They are coming to the front now. They'll speak in their allocated time. We're running late, I'm worried. So thank you very much. I want to run very quickly through the presentations of the DCDT and the GCIS. I'm tempted to give no more than 10 minutes per presentation. So that we can then hear the people also that we have come to hear being the SMMEs. Can I invite DDG Sono, will you go first, and then we'll take DDG Nene?
Chair,
Yes,
sorry about that, Chair. We're having two presentations, one done by BBI and then, of course, Dr. Mtubi on the BDM, because we have SA Connect and BDM, so we split the two presentations, Chair.
I haven't seen the content of these presentations. Is it on Reach?
Yes, they should be.
So they can
we share
cover
those
Reach
with
in
her-
7
with her,
minutes each?
Yes, while he's present, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nen, Mr. Nen, we know you. You have 10 minutes. Yeah, maximum of 10 minutes. Or you can go first while BBI and the BDM presentation is getting ready.
Yeah, Chairperson, thanks. Maybe what we will do, Chair, that I made reference to the corporate identity of government, that we are responsible for it. With that understanding, Chair, is that it would have been prudent that all the pull-up banners here could be taken down, because our understanding in terms of the government communication policy is that this is your meeting. It's not our meeting. Secondly, Chair, what we've also done is also working with the 3 spheres of government, is also to deal with South Africa as seen from abroad. Part of that includes the fact that when we go to all the international working visit, it's the South African flag that is given prominence, not the different areas of our work. Chair, in terms of the first slide, as GCIS, I'm not too sure if it is now showing. It's not.
They are undermining your branding and showing broad brand in Fraco.
Well, Chair,
Aloise, wena Sandile, all of them.
yeah, Chair, yeah, let me try and put this one. No, but Chair, this is quite important, because I think through the work that we do with Brand South Africa, we only have one institution that represents South Africa and manage our international reputation. So I think I'm battling to actually connect this one, Chair. Chair, maybe you can just hold up a bit. Yeah. Okay. So, Chair, if I could start, I think our focus, Chairperson, is going to be done, and we follow 3 principles, as she says. The first is the coordination of the entire system. But secondly, it would be about the reason why we existed, which is the media bulk buying, and part of that includes not just the economies of scale, but how do we then support community media? But in terms of the actual coordination as well, to say, right now, at local government, they are busy with IDPs. How do we then get to galvanize South Africans to participate? Because those things, whether you are calling them ICT policies, they must be in the IDP. Now, we are doing that because we are selfish, as she says, largely because we would want community media to be supported. The strategy that we had made mention of, which is the community media support scheme, can only be done if all of us are supporting. But in terms of the statement, Chairperson, that As part of the twin mandate, we are coordinating the system through the Waterberg and the district, the Vembe district. And why are we doing all of these things? Is to ensure that we empower citizenry. We have to empower and inform citizenry so that we can have information that empowers South Africans, but also that the information that we provide should be information that is empowering South Africans to participate in their own democracies. Now, in terms of the initiatives, Chairperson, I'm not going to read through the slides, but what we can say is that as GCIS, in the development of our APP, it is customary for us to invite all stakeholders. Why do we do that? Is the impact. We look for impact to say, if we were to do 1, 2, 3, what would be the impact? So to get to the impact, you need to then invite stakeholders within the period where we are doing this. The second thing is to enable and to test the performance of government communication system. Now, we have what we call the GSET, which is the Government Communication Excellence Tool, that measures the performance of government communication, both at a national, provincial, as well as local element. Secondly, in line with the revised cabinet-approved communication plan, all our communication strategies are actually approved. They must be funded. And in terms of, again, the policy says that between 3 to 5% of the operational budget of an institution must be ring-fenced towards communication. Why do we want to do that? We want to ensure that communication is at the heart and the center of the institutions that we support. So for the first time, Chairperson, we are supportive. We have a policy that says government communications must be funded, and then we do provide in terms of the funding. And 30% of government advertising is now the policy of government in terms of funding government communication. Now, Chair, in terms of the report, I'm not going to touch base, I'm not going to run through each slide, but also to then indicate that we have, as part of coordinating the system, from the Provincial Government Communicators Forum, the District Communicators Forum is what we provide, but also then provide capacity building around those whom we call the new entrants. So each time a communicator is actually employed, we need to ensure that the communicators are actually trained. On this part, Chairperson, we've also then introduced for the first time in this current financial year our curriculum responding to the outcry around the need for us to have a government-centered communication qualification. So 60% of all government communicators, new government communicators would have to be trained, and we run that through the NSG program. Now, there's also the issue that I've mentioned, Chairperson, in terms of support to the district, in terms of our community media. In terms of the geographical map, this is where we are, Chair, and I think this I don't need to deal with, but except to say that in all the district, GCIS is central to the delivery of government communication for empowerment purposes, and these are the districts we've mentioned. Chair, I'm not going to then this but of course the twin mandate that we have is the coordination and the support, but also is the provision of information. But this, Chairperson, is going to be one of the things that is new, which we are doing as well. With the advent of dis and misinformation, including cyberbullying, we've got a new target to ensure that we coordinate the awareness campaign around cyber crimes. And why do we do that, including this and misinformation, is that at the heart of GCIS is the need to provide accurate and timeous information services. So that's what we would continue to provide. On the coordination element, Chairperson, I think from the morning meetings at 7 o'clock in the morning, we run what we call rapid response meeting, where we take into account issues that are in the media environment, and we decide on the narrative that we're going to provide in trying to ensure that we increase the share of government's voice, so no story remains unattended to. Secondly, what we've done, which is quite new, Chair, is that we've got what we call the editorial and content hub, which again is a meeting every morning, and it is also a meeting in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. So what we do is that we want to harmonize all relevant government platforms so that we have a story of the day, we have the radio bulletin of the day, the video of the day, and the issues that would be coming from provinces, because what we want to try and do is to harmonize what we say and how we say it, and then also then take into account the different provincial agenda that we have in order to ensure that we diversify both in terms of messaging as well as content. So we have what we call language and content diversity. So just to use an example, Chairperson, in the SONA, a story may not necessarily be one. So a story that the president may pronounce would be followed by the different audience, looking at the different market share that we have. Because we are not a sector-based government department, we have to communicate in the languages of the people, but looking at the consumption patterns of our people. Chairperson, in terms of how, again, this is just the broad overview that from the National Government Communicators Forum, we then have the Provincial Government Communicators Forum. The chairs are the GCIS in the province, as well as the head of communications at the Office of the Premier. But then, of course, then it goes down to the Local Government Communicators Forum, where there's COCTA, GCIS, and SALGA. That's part of what we have. Currently, what we are doing, Chairperson, is to roll out and what we call the socialization of the cabinet-approved communicators, or at least the government-approved communication policy. Because for the first time, Chairperson, the policy is now making reference to the roles and responsibilities of leaders of government, from the president until the councillor. So deputy ministers have now have the responsibility to communicate. But within the context of a province, we also have to ensure that we have a district communicators forum that sit, and in this particular district, we have set, and this is led by GCIS and as well as the colleagues here. Now, why is it important, Chairperson? Because what we are trying to do is to ensure that we avoid public expression of uninformed views. So the issues of members of the executive speaking past each other, that's why we've even had what we call the communication protocol, so that we are able to manage the issues of misaligned messages. Now, in terms of the rules,
decide what you want to tell us in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. So in the next 2 minutes, Chairperson, as I move, is that because I've spoken about the forums and the meetings that we've had, but maybe what is quite important is the ability to support community media. That GCIS on its own, in the last 6 months, we spent just over it's just over 400,000. But what we've also done through the MDDA is to support, and that support amounts to just about 2.4 million. Now, we do this through capacity building, but we do this to ensure that much as we have our own media distributing platforms, but it's essential, Chairperson, that we deal with the support to community media and the support to communities through the information that we provide. Chair, the last bit which I wanted to double check is that the indicators, for the first time, we in our GSET, so that GSET, which is the excellence tool that measures, because I can tell you now that in the last 6 months or so, we are able to measure what sort of communication product was actually produced, and what impact did it have in terms of changing people's lives. And that's what we are doing in this current financial year, Chairperson. Chair, as I move towards finalizing my last minutes, but I do want to say that these are some of the stakeholders that we have worked with. But the most important element as we conclude, Chairperson, is that one, we are working with municipalities to ensure that IDPs, as they start, they are socialized, The big project is about this and misinformation for us because I think it's a project that kills us. What we've now done is that through the coordination role that is played by the district, that is played by national, and working with the OTT platforms, we have now in the process, I think it's about 70% verification of government Facebook accounts and WhatsApp accounts, which we need to take down as part of clearing the issue of this and misinformation. But there's more work, Chairperson, that we continue to do, which is we would want to ensure that the three priorities of the administration are prioritized. But the last bit, Chair, is that we are now moving what we call the milestone campaigns. The need to ensure that throughout this year we celebrate 70 years of the Women's March, 50 years of the Soweto Uprising, which is going to run throughout, and 30 years of a democratic, no, we are calling it a constitutional democracy because we are on the other side of the state. And these are some of the campaigns and these are the things that we are doing, Chairperson. I think we have this information, but Chair, I think you can read up on it. The most important, Chair, as we finalize, I think, is that we also have areas because we are not operating without challenges. There are municipalities that are lacking in terms of having two things. One is an employed communicator who's well-resourced, but also in terms of the misconception about the role of communication is something that we are doing. Hence, we have the road shows by the Deputy Minister to go to all the provincial structures to deal with those issues. With those few words, Chairperson, the part which I needed to respond to it now is the issue of the TCCs, which is the Two-Song Service Center. Chair, you'll know that in 2011, there was a committee resolution that this must be looked at. The cabinet took a decision that a four-way team forum, which is GCIS, National Treasury, DPSA, and COGTA. And the report came back to say, but actually the ownership is going to sit with COGTA. What we were always responsible for as GCIS was the marketing of the Two-Song Service Centers. It was also to make sure that we provide information. Later, Chair, that we then became aware and we needed to align with the NDP, which says that by 2030, all government services will be done online. And again, the implementation plan was the SA Connect. Hence, the decision that we've taken as GCIS was the digital transformation roadmap, which began to say that our responsibilities were to be scaled down in the Two-Song Service Centers because we never owned them to begin with, but there were issues. In this current district, some of them have been owned totally by the municipalities, but we work with them in terms of ensuring that there's information there, but and the marketing and the awareness thereof, but not the ownership element, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Chair. I think I've done.
I thought you would show us how much each municipality is spending on community media.
Chair, we think we did ask for the slide so that the municipalities are able to give us that information. We will get it, but what we can almost share with the committee is that GCIS alone is spending about 420,000 in the last 6 months. Two, what we can also say is that the participation through the appointment of the panel for community media includes the media outlets that are from here. What we want to do is that, again, we want to increase both the numbers of those that can benefit because we've since taken away the responsibility of governance to GCIS. And Chairperson, that would also then say to us, in the appointment of the panel, we ensure that both in our spec and also in terms of the different elements, there's not a single person who would have been appointed who does not qualify in terms of the MDDA Act. Anybody who did not or is not established in terms of the MDDA Act, meaning anybody from conglomerates would not have been appointed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CEO Broadband and Fraco, we know you too. So kindly proceed in the manner that we know you, which is unlike Mr. Nene. I know you will finish in less than the time that we've given you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Shall I proceed? All right. Just check. Is it moving? Okay. I was just checking that it's moving. Yes, Chair, thank you. With some of the introductions that have been done by the Chief Director, especially in terms of our engagements with the province and how the sites are selected and how they are rolled out and so on, as well as what the DDG has also added. I won't go too much into detail in terms of the background and so on. Chair, I will also not go into detail in terms of our mandates and so on. I think this is some of the stuff that we discussed a couple of days ago when we were looking at our APP. We do have a network that spans from the backbone, the metro network, the last mile, as well as the actual hotspots. And I'm hoping that the SMMEs, when they get a chance, they will be able also to talk a little bit to the hotspots, because they are almost our mouthpiece in terms of providing the actual services that are consumed. And so as a result, I will move a little bit faster in terms of those necessities. I think one of the key questions that has come from the honorable members is the actual connectivity on the ground. They want to know where is the connection and how does it look like, which we will get an opportunity to do to go on the ground much later on. From a BBI perspective, much of the infrastructure that you will see is premised on a few strategic projects that we have run, these being SA Connect Phase 2, the Broadband Access Fund project, the USASA project, and also some of the fiber network that we are putting in place. If you listened to the various tiers of government in the presentation, you would have heard that the connectivity is lacking to a large degree in most of these rural areas, not just in Limpopo, in the Eastern Cape and everywhere. And unfortunately, Honorable Nshabeleng has just moved out of the room, because he normally would ask, why is there a need for BBI when we have the private sector? Why are other companies being profitable and maybe BBI is not profitable in terms of addressing this huge need? The fact that we are sitting here and you also hear some of our provincial and municipal colleagues complaining about the lack of connectivity and so on, just shows that the need is still great out there, and the need will not be resolved only by the private sector. Certainly, the private sector plays a key role, but the state plays a much bigger role, because nobody wants to go where they don't make any profit. And hence the inception of some of these projects which we've participated in, and we are grateful to have been a key part of that. For SA Connect Phase 2, the intention is to connect at least 5.5 million households. BBI has managed to connect 2.8 million households out of that over the past 3 years. And on the Broadband Access Fund project, 50,000 households nationwide were supposed to be connected. This was the part of the presidential employment stimulus. More than 53,000 households were connected with more than 3,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots. And we also continue to be the implementing agent of some of the USASA projects that we are entrusted with. Now, if you look at the actual performance, and Honorable Chair, I'm believing that during the rest of the year, the honorable members will probably have an opportunity, as well as the rest of the country, to be able to interrogate some of these statistics that we point out, because we are on a drive to put out on a digital map the actual addresses and obviously confirming to Poppy and so on, actual addresses, sites, performance stats, so that anybody, anywhere in the country will be able to drill down and see what BBI has done for which particular project. It will be on the internet. We will obviously give access and so on as the case may be, but that is part of the transparency that shows how much of work we have done and how much work still needs to be done. So here we are just showing countrywide from a broadband access fund project what we have done. You could emphasize and look at Limpopo because that's where we are. And if you drill down to Limpopo for the same project, for each of these districts, then you can see the numbers of connectivity that we have done for all of them. I will not go into detail. You can just pick and choose where you want to see what was the target and what was the actual rollout that we rolled out for that particular project. Similarly, with the SA Connect Phase 2, it has those huge targets. For BBI, we look under the national targets there. For BBI, the target would have been 16,027 public Wi-Fi hotspots and 1,180 kilometers of fiber that need to be connected. It's a 3 billion rand project, which was divided in different with different entities, BBI, Centec, and CETA. So for our portion, Honorable Chair, I will go to the next slide. For our portion, we have completed that project.
Limpopo. We only want Limpopo information today.
Limpopo, going to Limpopo. So in Limpopo, for the SA Connect Phase 2, we're looking at those targets, but let's drill a little bit better into Limpopo then. For SA Connect Phase 2, these are then the numbers that we have in Capricorn, or if you're looking at Waterberg, initially there was no targeted Wi-Fi hotspots, but actually there was 91 that were connected. And you can continue through and see the rest of them. And if you want to drill down a little bit more into Waterberg, where we are, you can then begin to see in the various sub-districts or municipalities, Tabazimbi, Lipalale, what was actually connected. And you can see some of the pictures. I believe we would be able to go to some of those areas so that on the ground you can attest to the work that has been done and the impact that it has on the communities. The key outcomes is network expansion of the digital reach, empowering the local community and the economy, and then providing affordable internet access, which is the biggest role that we're playing, reducing the cost almost 16 times, buying at least a gig from 80 rands to 5 rand per gig. The socio-economic impact is huge. I won't go into blow by blow, but for all the different projects, you would understand that there will be disaster resilience, bridging the digital divide, economic recovery, jobs and skills, and better public services, where you then get your e-learning, e-library, and all the other good things that come with that. So I'll skip this particular one, and then the last slide then talks to one of the SMMEs that has had some of the connections, I think, the facilities that have been selected for us to be able to look at and visit with the GPS coordinates and everything else within Mudemulle. Thank you, Chair. I am supported by my colleagues behind the scenes. I've got at least 5 colleagues that are sitting with us, and that is the end.
Thank you, CEO. Who's presenting? Is the last presentation BDM? Which is the presentation that we are waiting now? BDM. Okay, while we're waiting for that, can we get the colleagues who are running small businesses maybe to also come in front so that if we're able to take them before that problem is resolved, we do so? I just don't want to waste any time, colleagues. We're running quite late. We need to engage, take the presentations and engage before 2 o'clock. Can the Secretariat help us, please? Colleagues, you are welcome. You may take your seats. Anybody who needs to sit. Honorable members, colleagues, sorry, can we just settle down while that technical problem is being resolved? Honorable Matafa, I'll wait for you to finish your meeting. I want us to welcome the gentleman sitting in front of us. And I want BBI to know the first question we will have is why is it just gentlemen sitting in front of us? But Mr. Mokitlane, who's the Director of Gapster Trading, Mr. Laki Baloi, Director of Motipa Projects and Management, Mr. Mujalifa, Sefotwane, Director of Ombi and Sons, and Mr. Mgwen. I'm obviously missing one Mr. But I actually want to take your presentations first because they're linked to broadband in Franco, am I correct? All right, so let's take your presentations first and then we will conclude with our presentation on the BDM. In no particular order, whoever is ready, please do proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good day, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Laki Baloi, Director of Motipa Projects and Management. And as a project manager, we are a technical installation company specializing in satellite, dish, and DDT installation field and services. We handle last mile deployment for residential, communal, fabric distribution, and government projects. And our key credentials are, we are accredited by MultiChoice, Ariel King, OVHD, ELIS, and StarSet. And as a track record in Waterberg only, we managed we are standing on 1,000 plus DTT and DTTH installation across Limpopo, Waterberg. And then the major tender is from Syntec, and then the rollout from the project is delivered on time in full. And the regional standing is appointed by Syntec Service as a service provider in Waterberg region. And that the cost strength and end-to-end executions, beneficiaries tracking, site survey, DTT and DTH installation, signal optimization, and quality assurance and handover. On the slide 2, digital migration project. Our impact and approach is connecting the Limpopo Waterberg region. And we are now standing on household migration to DDT and DTH, bridging the digital divide and the local job creation, and the key approach for local communities, and then the councillors approached them and then engage with the project. They know their people so that they make the project so easy and moving. Services excellent. We are now standing at the 98% first time right installs under Syntec DTT tender. And the community trust in Waterberg due to reliable aftercare support, we engage with them. We managed to hire local installers to help us with their community members, the beneficiaries, because they know them better. And as a result, we managed to face them and hand them the installations face to face, engage with them, and by doing so, we managed to have a trust to the community, because if the community see the new faces in the area, then they will start questioning themselves, who are they, what they are doing here. But if we have the councillors accompanying us, community leaders, then we are safe in our project. And on the Mutipa's field solution, house-to-house tracing team, we went door-to-door, designated community wards. And community-based verification, partnered with councillors, as I've mentioned earlier. And then the key problems that we come across or we are facing is the data from SAPO, South African Post Office, collecting lists on only the initials and surname. Captured, most of them are unidentifiable beneficiaries due to the list that is incorrect, outdated data, GPS coordinates, ID copies, and so forth. But with the community leaders, we have managed to trace them down and do our best in the installations. And as we speak, nevertheless, only the few beneficiaries are left due to privileged enough that they don't need installation anymore, as they waited long enough. But in conclusion, we say Mutipa project is here to deliver the services to the community, build a trust with Syntec, and build also a trust to the community leaders and the speakers of Waterberg, the CEOs of Waterberg, and other provinces. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Baloy. Can we move to you, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, everybody. As my colleague has indicated, I don't think it will be necessary for me to say the same thing because of time.
We will differ on names.
So,
that one I can promise you.
Oh, okay.
So if you say your name, it won't be the same thing like what he said.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Salo Gabriel Mkitlane, under Gapstar Trading. I'll just indicate a few things that my colleague never mentioned here. The challenges that we are facing. Driving long distances, locating beneficiaries that are not traceable, delay installation during rainy season, poor network connectivity in other areas. Because if there is no network, then there is no way you're going to capture those people. So we have to drive from the place where we are installing to a places where there's network. Then we have to come back to those places. So we are losing time, petrol, and stuff like that. So that's the challenges that we are having. So I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe let's move over to yourself, sir.
Good day, everyone. Bishop. Good day, everyone. My name is Joseph Mujalfas Potwane, the director of Ompi & Sons. I started this company in 2024, having a goal of being in one of the best construction companies in South Africa. I've created more jobs the past and the opportunities for the people in my communities. In 2025, Santec gave me my company opportunities to become part of the installer panel, assisting with the installation of the DTT stopped box in Limpopo province. The challenges we come across on the field is allocating the beneficiary as much as of the telephonically numbers are not working, and the information produced time and expensive because of we had too much normal looking for the client of the beneficiary. The real effort, our performance in the day, it kills requirements and the target of target the daily. Second challenge is when we get to the communities, most of the beneficiaries have registered and today they are not received the installation. We do not know how to assist them. Lastly, some of the beneficiaries are deceased and we could not proceed with the installation due to the having not have the death certificate.
Explain that last part. You were going to assist them if you had a death certificate.
Yes, because
but they're deceased.
Yes, normally we take the picture and write something on the system, or the person is no longer available. So we attach the death certificate on the system that we use the app. So and write, or we use this certificate because the person is not normal available. Yes, they has the beneficiary.
Oh, but you install in the house?
Yes, because we can't pass without installing them, because we must.
Wake them up, Chief. Okay. Thank you very much, Bab. Was that the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I think the last presentation is a brilliant connect, I'm assuming from the screen. Yeah, Baba, you may proceed, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to all, I think safely just to say, all protocol observed. My name is Murashike Mukwena. I'm from a company called Brilliant Connect. Brilliant Connect is a South African company that is dealing with internet service provider. We deliver reliable and cost-effective connectivity to our users, and of course we play within the broadband space. Well, I've also touch on the vision there, that our vision is to enable the connectivity of the world. I'll also indicate that our business model, but due to time, safe to say, Chair, that with regard to this particular program, we have started to be involved in community Wi-Fi. Sometimes back in around 2023, when we were first been requested by the above, and above, I think it was the above program, to provide the connectivity, both Wi-Fi's and household, to some of the regions within Limpopo. And fast forward, then in December 2025, we also provided an opportunity by South Africa SA Connect to provide the Wi-Fi hotspot to community around Municipality and Mopani. And in Waterberg, that's where we are. We have started to roll out the hotspots, and we have made use of the sponsorship within the communities to put out the hotspot, so that the community will be able to access the Wi-Fi's. And the thing is that, if I may share with you, we look at various things like there are backwelling companies, the one that will bring the access to us. Then in most areas where we have been providing this particular hotspot, that's where we have been lacking, and we have to wait for the backwelling companies to assist us. And of course, we also look at the reliable power supply, because without power, it will be difficult for communities to make use of the service to access the internet. And of course, we also look at issues like security, whether are the equipment secured. Those are some of the things that we take into considerations. And this particular exercise, we thought it is important to look into community halls, but unfortunately where we have been providing the service, the only areas that you can get to us around the sponsors and some community shops there. But we are of the view that the packages that we have afforded the particular communities will be able to assist them in terms of accessing the network. And maybe coming to the scope of the work that has been given to us, like I've indicated, we have been requested to provide the hotspot here in Municipality. We have started in December, like I indicated last year, and we have finished the installation part. And of course, there are some spin-off honorable members, in the sense that from our view, we have realized that this is a very good initiative, because it has an impact also in terms of increasing the digital participation and access to online services to the communities around here. And it's also, the impact is also broaden the access and unblock the opportunities for small companies like ourselves, and also the youth part, because our belief is that the future is on the youth. So this Wi-Fi that we will put them here, we think they will enhance the learning part in particular of the youth, and also to access more educational resources through the connectivity. And of course, they may also use the online platform business-wise to enhance their business endeavors, communities around here. And our also impact that we have realized that I think this thing is also talking to the issues that have been identified by the government in terms of their policy, like National Development Plan, for example, and also the transformation strategies. So this Wi-Fi things, I think they are also talking to them. To us, that is a positive impact as a company. And in terms of the impact to us for the subsidy that we have received, well, it is something that we just have to say without any shadow of doubt that it has assisted us in terms of financial, in terms of finance. It has also enabled us as a company to have our footprint in areas that we were not having a footprint. And also, like I've indicated, that we have started with the above program before. If we look in the history where we are coming from 2003, especially when we were executing the above program, we have also managed to provide employment as a company. We have managed to train about 3 technicians. They are now part of us as a company. And also where we have been providing services, we made sure that the local labor there is being engaged. At the time we were having about 8 sales agents that were assisting us to get the household around the areas. And we also have about 12 local laborers that were doing some trenches when we were putting our towers, so they were trenching for us. And also we also appointed some welders, because before you can put the tower, the steel part of it that is holding the tower must be correctly welded. So we also make use of the business people or local communities around there. And in terms of all our things that we are buying, like when we are doing the cement, when we are building, we are buying the cement from the local companies. We are also buying the concrete and sands from the same local area. So in a way, they've also benefited through our presence there. So, but there are some challenges that we have faced as a company that we are enrolling this particular thing. The main challenge is that the program, the equipment that we are using by nature, they are very much expensive, and obviously funding is a problem for us. And also, this equipment they've got we have to pay them the cost before, because we must first buy them before we can use them there. So that's a upfront deployment cost. The issues of infrastructure also is as an issue, especially in the rural and remote areas, because the accessibility, it was a serious problem. And the issues of power instability is also affecting our network, the uptime of our network, because when there's no power, then there's a problem also. And the other thing was around the issues of regulatory approvals. And that's where we also having some problems, because like I think one of the presentations that we made here, wherein we're supposed to get, for you to get a permission, it takes time, and also you have to engage a lot of stakeholders, like you have to engage the municipalities, especially in the rural areas. You also have to engage the tribal councils. That's why we are having some of the things that we have identified. And also the security is also an issue. There's a vandalism in terms of our infrastructure. Then we thought maybe as we continue, maybe this thing can be sustained. The government will also assist us so that through the program like this one, we'll be able to buy our own CCTV cameras so that we can plug them in all our towers. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mkwena. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay, in summing up, let's just go through our recommendation. Our recommendation is that there's a need to streamline the processes of wayleave approvals in various municipalities, because they differ from one municipality to another. and also the issues of alignment between the municipalities and the tribal, local traditional authorities, and also the issues of the backward support. If you can be assisted in terms of backward, like we have things like broadband, the BBI, they made available the backward to all the areas that were providing services, or maybe SA Connect or Limpopo Connect, also they make that thing. That will assist us a lot. And this will assist us also in making sure that we provide a sustainable service. But in short, we thank very much for the opportunity to be participating in this particular programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mgwana. Should we come back to your presentation? Sir, are you ready now? High morale, high discipline. We need at least you to have a hard stop at 13:30 so we can have discussions before we must break at 2.
You will even give me a prize for this one. I will be quick.
Get a prize.
Good, is it morning or afternoon? Afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members and colleagues. Chair, I will be short. 5 minutes, I think, will be enough. The broadcasting digital migration process was undertaken, guided by the criteria and the requirements we had for households to register. And in this regard, Chair, we employed strategies to register households through post office, which was physical, and later we developed an online system through CETA. But we also took into account the challenges of post offices that were closing, distances between post office and the residents. We then engaged with local councillors and traditional authorities to assist the households within their jurisdiction to register by getting forms from post office. Some we distributed them after completion of the forms, they were taken back to the post office for capturing. So that is how we bridged that gap. That was a bit of a challenge. And with respect to the online registration, because there are also areas where some do not have or are not technology fundi, we then had to train local people at municipalities and traditional authorities and at community level to assist those households to register. So this reflects statistics of households that we have registered and connected in those households. What the colleague's chair was talking about is that there are households that have registered way back in 2017, 18 or so, and due to that household changed their numbers, telephone numbers. Some could not be reached. Some were doing some work in other areas. They have moved from one area to the other. So what we have engaged and what we have done is the partnership that we have forged, and it's important to also indicate here in this municipality that through the DDM interventions that were in place, we managed to forge that partnership and being assisted by the municipality and the traditional authorities to identify households. Later, the installers, as they've indicated, they are now participating in assisting the Centec to identify those households. So during the process of installations, initially they will be allocated with number of households to install. When they do not find them, they return the boxes to Centec. But now they are given boxes so that when they find a household, they install and report that I have found Mutuvi and they are connecting them. Chair, the benefits at socio-technological, we talk about the issues of spectrum that I think all of us are aware of the progress that was made, that has been made so far. But from the television services point of view, we have more channels now. We currently have 12 channels on the DTT platform. We also have all SABC radio stations. 19 of them are broadcasting on TV. From the community point of view, the colleagues here from SMMEs have spoken about the job that were created. So beyond for an example, Chair, in Waterberg, there are 19 companies that were appointed by Centec as installers. Beyond that, one installer has at least 5 teams, which means they have 19 times 5. One team is comprised by 2 or 3 people who are installing. That multiplies the numbers. In Capricorn, 45, and Wembe district with 82. So, as indicated by the colleagues, those who did not make it, and this is how they happen not to make it. Administrative compliance. They are very good installers there, but they are not they do not comply to tender process, and they could not be appointed. So we then engaged with municipalities to generate database of those local installers so that it can be made public to those installers that are appointed to make use of them without imposing who to work with. There are future opportunities of content generation and other related activities to feed the channels with content, traditional dances, traditional other content that can be generated on the platform. The challenges relate to the inability of finding households. I think I've spoken to that, Chair, that we are engaging, we are being assisted by municipalities and traditional authorities, and now the installers are assisting. We have developed an app. So the app is enhanced we are in the process of conducting user acceptance testing. So the app would enable Mutuvi to log in and check the status of my application. If the application was successful, whether the allocation has been made by Centec, and I will have to expect the installation to happen, to be taking place, or expecting a call. So there's one challenge that we have picked up, which is a bit of a challenge. SABC has switched off some digital terrestrial transmitters. They have switched off those when we have installed decoders. So that has impact on households that have been connected to receive the services. We have
Repeat
installed
that SABC has switched off the digital transmitter, not the analog transmitter.
No, the digital transmitters. They have switched off some transmitters. One, we also learned that one of the transmitter here is switched off. So the only devices that will be working will be the DTH instead of DTT because of that challenge that SABC has switched off. So these are the status of analog switched off across the province. Initially there were 106 analog transmission services, of which 102 of them are switched off. We only remain with 4 ETV transmitters in the province. Chair, in conclusion, the areas to be visited there, as the DDG has indicated, we have socialized the community about the visit of the portfolio committee around, and there is expectation, but we have therefore aligned with the visit to the site of BBI, that we identify area that is closer to where BBI visit will be taking place. The significant one issue that I want to raise, Chair, or to share with the committee is that area where it's called Jasper. When we came here during the registration process, we found the municipality having built the RDP houses. I think there were 251, if not mistaken. And there was no electricity. we also became a push factor because we had registered people that we wanted them to be connected with the devices, which is one significant impact that we believe we have made in terms of that. So in terms of the Vembe district, around here there is no traditional authority, but in Vembe district there are two traditional authorities that we have identified for the community, for the committee to visit, one in Amanavel and one in Chin. We also did the same, identify or made arrangement for visits of the committee closer to where BBI will be, areas will be visited. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. All gentlemen today for the presentations. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I hope that this is not an indication of what we're going to see in Limpopo. All gentlemen, all the time. But we truly appreciate the presentations, and I think to also extend our gratitude to the SMMEs that are doing this work. Undoubtedly, it is not easy work, and we are heartened by some of the reports that you are giving of job creation, of local economic development, and so forth. Let me afford an opportunity then to the members to engage any of the presentations that we have had from BBI, from the department, from GCIS, as well as our colleagues in the private sector. We have to leave here, members, at exactly 2 o'clock. So this time we'll really try and enforce 2 minutes each so that there's an opportunity then for the panel to respond. I see the GNU on my right wants to start.
No, we just
Shall we start this side this time, Honorable Subrathi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also join you in welcoming the presentation, particularly welcoming and thanking the SMEs, and really appreciating the moment of us seeing the manifestation of these initiatives in terms of job creation. Maybe you indicated, and you said, gentlemen, that's where I would like to start. Why do we have no female SMMEs on the panel here? What is the criteria for, developing our female entrepreneurs and people with disabilities and SMMEs? Are the accounts for the SMMEs being paid within 30 days as is required as a government policy? We want our SMMEs especially to be paid within 30 days. Do we have a sense of the total number of jobs that have been created? We've got a sense of the number of contractors. And in this particular, in Waterberg district municipality, are the SMMEs being supported and trained in terms of business skills to allow them and assist them to, in turn, run the businesses in a better manner? How are the tenders being advertised? Are they being advertised openly so that more and more people can get access to them? And maybe how or what are you using? Are you using community radio to communicate the entire project of the digital, the migration project itself? Thank you so much, Chairperson. Those will be my brief questions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mkhacha.
Chair, mine is in relation to post office. Just to check the offices that has been closed here in Waterberg. Offices that have been closed down here in Waterberg or Limpopo as a whole in relation to post office, and how many offices have survived? You raise a very serious matter, the question of SABC closing your transmitters. Were there any follow-ups or engagement in relation to that?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think just clarity from Mr. Nene with the new government communicators being provided training. Is it compulsory or is it on an ad hoc basis? And how do you incentivize if it is not compulsory? One of the slides showed us that there's a Mahomet Spaza shop that is being utilized as a site for Wi-Fi. Are we using properly registered Spaza shops because we know that government did have a drive to register spaza shops properly. And how do you control access to that, that when Mr. Mohammed is having a bad mood, he just does not, he switches off and the community is left stranded? What sort of, I don't know, understanding governs the relationship with Mr. Mohammed on the trading hours? And Chair, I think the issue that that people are still required to register with SAPO, we are contradicting ourselves as government to say SAPO is winding down, is closing down some branches, but indigent people must still go register. So we're just creating a problem for citizens. When somebody is listening on the radio, SAPO is undergoing business rescue administration, but go register at a SAPO branch. So I think it's maybe where Mr. Nene and his team could also come in to register, to speak to our citizens, to say, how do we empower them with those sort of information? It's the first time I actually realized that for people to receive the set-top boxes, they need to have a TV license or provide an affidavit. So the question is, the affidavit that says what? And is the issue of the TV license being a requirement, as was presented here today, not exactly a hindrance? Because we know that the uptake of the payment of TV licenses is low, because we have been all trying to find a reason for the low uptake of the migration, and none of us have been able to really speak to us. And we refuse to really credit people who do self-migration. And today, service providers are sitting here and they are telling us that they will be given a particular address and they will find that those particular people, they have waited for too long and they have self-migrated. But every time we hear from the department, we never really get proper figures of the people that are falling off the list because they have self-migrated themselves. And I think there was an issue on the slide, and where he says they were told on the 26th of March that by the end of the 29th of March, they must provide invoices. If you could just speak to that, I don't think I really understood what you were trying to the point you were trying to make, and maybe tie it to the question of Honorable Suprathi about how the payments are being made. Are you being paid on time as service providers? Chair, there's also an issue of the streamlining of way bills and the approval. Where does that leave, if that is a challenge that we are also hearing from the presentations? What does that mean with against the rapid development policy? Are the gaps in the implementation? If that could just be explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Botlan, Honorable Ntshabile.
Thanks, Chair, and I think let's welcome the presentations from the SMMEs as well as the earlier presentations from the entities, GCIS. And I think, Chair, maybe I'm still lost for words in some of the observations, especially even with the digital disconnect that we just had, that SABC has been disconnecting digital, transmitters rather than the analog. So it's quite perplexing that, we're doing one project, at the same time the other project is actually the one that is supposed to be implemented is the one that is taken off the platform. So it doesn't make any sense. And then again, I know when we finish this, Chair, the officials will be sitting there, we gave them what they wanted. We're really busy with them. And we're trying to avoid that situation, here, because this is a serious matter for me. We have constituencies, as officials you would understand. And our constituencies are people who put us in the seats. And they expect us to give them that dividend of return of value for appointing us to be their representatives publicly. So my question here is, Chair, I'm not going to waste time. I think we need to get to the meat of the problem. The digital connect and digital connectivity in the province has been a big problem. From our oversight, I think our report should contain one of the recommendations before even subjecting the panel to any scrutiny and stuff. The fact that we are in a municipality offices and there is not even one single Wi-Fi point that is municipal based tells you there are real problems. This is just one office. What about all the other offices? And by the way, this is a district. So what does it tell you? So, Chair, I'm going to recommend one thing, and we can take it into committee, that we subject the province to an inquiry in respect to digital connectivity and this digital gap that exists. Why has money been spent? I'm not joking, guys. SA Connect was funded to about 2 billion. I'm really going to give you facts on this one. I'm not going to do it now, but I'll really prepare something. The issues that we are finding out just needs a proper inquiry, and we subject this process of digital connectivity in the province. Why has there been? The current report is saying that only 1.7% of the province has fiber to homes. 1.7%. So it must raise you questions, because people are only connecting through what? Technology like cell phones, which means you are making sure that the province never grows and develops going forward. So I'm suggesting, Chair, that our recommendation is an inquiry into the digital connectivity in the province, subjecting everything, television, radio stations, issues of digital migration, issues of digital signaling, Centec issues, SABC, bringing in all of the issues that are digitally related so that we can get to the bottom of the problem and then be able to provide the solutions that needs to be done, where one of the gentlemen on the offices of the department spoke about the rapid response program. We can subject it to a rapid program where it can be prioritized. Thank you so much. It's a comment, not a question.
Order, colleagues, please, we don't laugh unnecessarily in meetings over such serious matters. Honorable Matafa?
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe for the first time I'll agree with MK on an issue they raise. On this one, I agree with them, Chair. Maybe there should be an inquiry. Or better with accountability for the monies that have been spent on these particular programs. Because it is not correct that every time we bleed money, but there is no impact, there is nothing to show for it. So I'll support the view that there should be accountability. In thanking the presentations, Chair, I only have one question. Ndate Raputswa indicated the vastness of the district municipality. Now, that also comes with a challenge of what investors will call a non-viable area or a high-cost or service area. And the SMM is here before us. I think it was the first gentleman who spoke about the distance they have to cover to get to a point where they have to actually install that particular, what are you installing? Set-top boxes. So I'm wondering, or maybe if we can be taken into your confidence, when work is allocated, how do we ensure that this issue does not disadvantage the SMMEs? And also, is it distributed or allocated equitably so that you do not have two SMMEs allocated the same amount of work, but the other one makes less profit because of the input cost in covering the distance? And coupled to that is to find out how then do we support the initiatives of connectivity in those specific areas which are non-viable. Because you might have the 2 billion that Nates Chabeling is talking about and is allocated to me, and I regard this as a non-viable area, but I only work where there is proper profit margins, and I neglect those particular far-flung areas, so to speak. That is my only one, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngobese? Honorable Hendricks?
Thanks again, Chair. To the gentleman in front, we appreciate your presentations. It was well taken. Although Mr. Subrati took some of our questions, and of the other honorable members, the one was obviously on female participation in this whole program. Then Mem Bodlane, what you also indicated, I did not get it. I think my trade of tools was flat. But if the gentleman there on the corner can just go deep in, especially the payments and stuff, are they on time and such? What is the complaints from yourselves when it comes to payments and those issues? Another one is, although our chair is a woman, and she asked about women, my other thing is how do, because digital, when we talk about digital and technology, we usually speak to the new cows, not the old ones. So how do we incorporate them? Where is the youth? How do they fit? Because you spoke nicely and about our communities benefiting, and we take that. We are very for that, but how do you then work with the youth and female in particular to bring them up to scratch? My other thing is percentage-wise, there's a lot that has been said, but with the MP in Chabeleng, I did not know that fact, that only 1.7, only 1.7 connected, and we are sitting here. We were supposed to be outside, connecting more than come back. And there was, let me go to GCIS, yeah. GCIS spoke about the hindrance of misinformation to the public, or public having misinformation. Is that the only hindrance or stumbling blocks that GCIS is sitting with? I think, Chair, I don't want to go too long. The GNU has a lot of questions, but we will stop there for now. Thanks.
I've never seen people so happy in the GNU. Like, colleagues, there's quite a few of you on the panel, so I'm going to hand over to you. But CEO of BBI, can I ask you to also just reflect on the financial viability of these connections that you are making? Thank you very much. I don't know where to start. Mr. Nene, can we start with you?
Now, thanks. Maybe what worries us as GCIS member is that we have what we call public perception surveys. And the study there is called Tracker. So in the Tracker, it says 80% of South Africans are saying the country is going the wrong direction. So that's what worries us. But why it worries us is that the same study, which we've shared with the IEC, are saying that South Africans, chairperson, are now trying to deregister from the voters' roll. But what also worries us is that the study is actually aligned to the international study on what worries the world. So we are not unique. But what makes us a bit happy, Chair, is that in the indices where South Africans are worried, where we've intervened, those indices have changed into positive. So what actually worries us is no amount of communicating can actually overcome people's lived experiences. That's what worries us. Because service delivery, the fact that the water does not exist or communities are lacking water, no amount of campaigning in terms of running our adverts can actually deal with that. So that's the study that we are sharing, which is led by our minister as well as the deputy minister. We are going out to provinces. We are going to all the clusters, DGs and ministers in government, because it also talks about the fact that South Africans are worried because they don't feel and they're not safe. But it has recommendations. So I thought maybe let's deal with the issues that worries us as GCIS. What also worries us is not so much a person in terms of the misinformation, but it's about the lack of, or at least the understanding around disinformation, because that is very harmful to the democratic project. So as GCIS, we're worried about the level of disinformation, because you'll understand in terms of the nuances, the dangers of disinformation versus misinformation. But also what it does say, Chair, is that we are now picking up a number of things which are beginning to emerge in society, namely the the elements around voter suppression content, which is coming out, and what have we done? That's the most important thing. So as GCIS, we've now led the system. We are working with Meta in terms of dealing with the issues around takedown, but also in terms of what constitute the dis and misinformation so that we are able to respond properly. We're also then working with IEC because I think we had been asked the question around the campaigns that we've been running. Now, on to the second question from GCIS, I think, Honorable Bodlana, what we used to have was an attempt to deal with what was requested of GCIS, the need to come up with a government communications qualification. That was the Comtas report. But what we've now done is that we have now launched the qualification through NSG. It's called Mastering Government Communication. It's not a master's, it's called Mastering. 60% of the new government communications intake from MLOs until the entire system are expected to attend so that you can deal with the issues around government communications. We're also working with Post Office around the campaign in terms of the post-bank card convention, which is what we are doing. Lastly, the GCIS processes just over 5,982 invoices. Of that, 5,200 are paid on time between 1 to 10 working days, which is about 60%. 40% of the remaining percentage are paid between 11 to 20 days. Yes, we do have a certain number of chairpersons that are paid beyond 30 days, which would be roughly about 1%. And then there are reasons as to why we have that, including your issues like CETA when the network is down. But other than that, Chairperson, I think we
It's
are
okay.
60%.
Whatever is left, we'll talk about it as we walk.
Yes,
Dr.
thanks.
Mutubi?
The first one, Chair, is the number of post offices closed. I think the colleagues here from SAPO can assist. The engagement with whether SABC is engaged regarding the transmitter switch off. We are starting that process of engaging to establish a rationale behind switching them off, and also definitely will be engaging with USASA on how we deal with either exchanges or other alternatives for those households to continue having services. Honorable Bodani, the TV license is not a requirement. The reason why we wanted a proof that a household has a television set, and the reason behind this is that we would have households that have registered. When the installer goes there to install, there is no television set, and that becomes a challenge and a fruitless expenditure for the installer because he won't be able to do that. So that was discussed and put as a measure to address that. So on the form itself, and even online, it's not an affidavit that somebody has to go to the police or post office. No, it's an indication that I have a TV, so that we can satisfy ourselves that the person that have registered has a set to be connected. Data for households that have self-migrated is being captured through Centec. So Centec can produce that report of households that when installer goes to a household and the household indicate that they've migrated, there is data being catered for that. The distance that is covered by the installers, it is correct, but colleagues here as the installers would agree with us the times at which we have increased the installation fee twice. So the 2 times that we have increased the installation because we listened to them, and that has been addressed through the rate of installation that was increased twice. On top of that, Centec is always encouraged to ensure that work is allocated to local people who are from here. So the challenge is, Chair, that we also have to address here. You will find an installer having 2 addresses, then he or she is appointed in Waterberg because he indicated that he stays here, he has work here, but instead he is staying in Vembe, which created a problem for himself, not for us, because we appointed him based on the fact that he comes from here. When he started raising issues of transport, that is where we also have challenges. But we have addressed those, considering those factors, Chairperson, regarding the distances that they cover. How have we used the radio and TV? All our campaigns have been, since we started, they've been running in radio, TV. We are now planning to run the one that will be on community radio and public radio stations to be called Update My Details campaign, so that all these people that we are not finding are finding an opportunity to update their details on the process. How are tenders advertised for BDM point of view? We made request to Centec, when you advertise a tender, alert us so that we can inform all municipalities around the area. That is what we have done. When the tender is advertised saying it's in KZN, we have informed those municipalities through a formal communication that there is this tender. Please inform all your stakeholders around that are qualifying. I think those are all my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start with Honorable Subrathi's questions. He asked about the criteria on choosing the SMMEs. So we do advertise nationally, like in the Sunday Times and so on. And we also advertise in the regional newspapers and on National Treasury database. But I think the one that you mentioned, which I don't think we've been very big on, is on the community radio stations. I don't remember that we have done that very well. So I flagged that so that as we roll out, there is a project that is coming to Limpopo quite soon, that at least we should use all those mechanisms to try and get to everybody. Are the tenders targeted to SMMEs and female? Yes, we do try that, but as much as we try, sometimes the response is quite low. So for example, out of the 76 ISPs nationwide, this is now nationwide statistics, that we advertise for, we only got 5 responses from women-owned companies. So that is the problem that we have had. But I think the good news, at least, is on the implementation side, the people that are employed to do the actual rollout, we see there is a bigger uptake in terms of women and youth. So out of 334, for example, in this province, in Vembe, we've got at least 64 women and youth that would have come through, that are either being trained or that are working directly with our ISPs. And are we paying within 30 days? We actually had a very good record previously, up to last year. I don't know if you would remember our performance, where we were paying way up to date, in fact, way before the actual date. But due to our financial constraints, I think this particular year, there are some ISPs that we have delayed in paying. We have made some payment arrangements. It's not a lot of them. I think the ones that are left is probably less than 10% of the total entire that we need to catch up on the payments. We've made quite a lot of progress over the past 2 months in terms of that. Then Honorable Butlane, I think you were asking about the Mohammed Spaza shop. Is it not dependent on his mood and so on? The funny thing is that it's actually the opposite from, I wish maybe some of the SMMEs will talk to that, is the opposite of what you would think. So initially we went to the spaza shops established by ourselves, our South African people and so on. And what we noticed is that in some cases the sites were down. people wanted to save electricity and all that. And whenever the sites are down, then your SASA, your DCDT, they complain, there's poor service and so on. But when you move to these particular ones, not necessarily that you are pinpointing the Mohammed ones, but the specific ones that were picked up, at least the sites remain up for quite a while. Also because they are selling other goods and services, so it is in their interest to attract the people by making sure that these are on. But I would imagine that maybe it will be on a case-by-case basis, and the ISPs that are on the ground, as you would have heard from some of the colleagues, they engage to find what is the best solution, because from an ISP perspective, it is in their best interest that those Wi-Fi hotspots are up and running, because in many cases, they sell the vouchers in order to make money. So naturally, almost from a commercial perspective, they gravitate towards the sites that would be more or less up most of the times, and the access thereof then is controlled on a more positive basis than before. And I can't attest to that, but I presume that we are doing legal things as best as possible. The ISPs that we vet ourselves to do the job, we make sure we follow through with all the legalities. But it's a valid question that you are asking. I don't think we have engaged directly with it in terms of whether they are registered or not. It's something that we probably have to check on ourselves. On the streamlining of the way leaves, I think Peter has spoken to that. He's spearheading that, and to a large degree, he tries as best as possible to get ourselves with the municipalities and everybody else in the same room so that we move as fast as possible. We intend to work much closer with Limpopo Development in order to share the assets and the infrastructure and make sure that we are more efficient. There's a lot more work on that, but at least the legislation was passed and we're going to have to activate it. Then there is the 1.7% fiber to the home that Honorable Nchabeleng mentioned. I think it's talking to the fact that unless there is a direct intervention, state intervention, the people that roll out these services, the people that have money, the private sector, they will always go to where they can make the biggest amount of money, and thus widening the digital divide, because it's very difficult to pull the fiber across different terrains and so on in order to connect a couple of schools. So if they see that there's no return on investment, they would rather go to a very populated area and so, and that's how we are emphasizing that there has to be a directed effort to make sure that this problem is solved. So for what it's worth, if the inquiry comes through, we would be very much happy to participate and provide what we have done in terms of adding to the fiber and so on. Then on the payments on time or not from Honorable Hendricks.
We need to stop you. We've run out of time. But you are with us until Thursday.
Okay, one last question from your side on whether there's financial viability.
Don't worry, you can answer me outside there.
Okay.
Okay. I want to go back to these gentlemen before we close. Mr. Mokitlana, Mr. Baloy, Mr. Seputwa, and Mr. Mgwen. Anything you would like to add? Honorable Bodlani asked, are you being paid on time and so forth? Anything you want to add?
Okay. Yeah, I think I've been in government industry for being service provider, but I've never met such a good department like Santec. You put invoice on Monday, Thursday, Friday. For one government, they put invoice aside, but not paying it during 15th or month end. Santec, you submit Monday, Friday or Thursday, you get paid. And they keep on communicating you, or this is a good invoice or bad invoice. I think people that are complaining about Santec, they don't get meeting, a Zoom meeting, they updated us, training, do all those things. Formal invoices, because it's not like the invoices for catering. There are formula invoices for Santec. So people, they don't get educated. So when they get things stuck, they come complain about Santec. We need to be focused, guys. Say, it's not catering, this one. Yeah, because every now and then we learn about Santec. We learn when you install or I'm always on site. First week I've made a mistake. Second week I called the project manager. Hey man, hey, kiwana matata. He just called me at night and say, you do this and this and this and this. Then now I'm okay with it because I used to install more than 2,000 houses. Yeah. A weekly I can install 100. Yeah, so that's why I've learned a lot of things about the network system. Or okay, is it work like this? So people, they don't focus on his work, man.
Thank you very much.
And other issues of the distance, ne? That one does not matter, because you know what? Sometimes we find next door houses, next door, installing next door. It's happy for us because we are benefiting more payment. But when you run at a loss, a house isn't far, one house is, you complain. But when you find it next door to next door, when you profit, you don't complain. Yeah, you don't complain. Sometimes we must run at a loss. It's once off. Because now I used to find the houses not having TV. I bought the TV for some houses. I used to buy TV for, so I don't even tell my project manager I bought the house, the TV. No, because it's from my heart. I don't need to be promoted or I'm doing such things. No, that's from my heart. So I think as installers, this is a big challenge on networks and tech. I've never crossed this thing like this. I've learned more on this game. And I'm looking forward to work with Santec.
Dang. I'm certain.
Yeah, no.
Any last words from yourself, gentlemen?
Thank you, Chair. Nala tsebara ke rato ya ke gopana le mpona. So ke nyaka go ba short. Ya ba re patela in time. Na ka re bile ke rata hore ke submit invoice ka bo Monday, Tuesday, by Friday ke a tsare. Ke sharp. Tla go ke ya ngwana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of payment, I think Syntec improved very well because we have managed to hire local communities. So we pay them from our pockets, not from Syntec, our pockets. So where do we get money from? From Syntec, so that we can create jobs for local communities. So on my side, Syntec is improving in terms of payment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ndate Mkona?
Thank you very much. I think all the issues of payment, I don't have to touch there, but maybe just to clarify, I don't remember about
When I get you're not being paid by Syntec, ne? We can tell the minute you don't have an input.
So, on the issues of that, the honorable member has raised is that the nature of our appointment, it was in the form of a panel. We were appointed as a panel, then as and when, then they give us the purchase orders. So that is why I've indicated that we received the purchase order in March. Then from there, when we were supposed to start, then we were told that we were advised that just hold on a little bit. There were some other issues that they were looking at. Then on the 10th of December, that's when then they said, no, you can continue. And we have continued here then until now.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you once again for your participation. And I just want to indicate to the CEO of Broadband Infraco that we are extremely perturbed by your response regarding the issue of the spaza shops. Now, it's not good enough that you would hope that we are acting within the law, and we don't want to embarrass you or your shop owner should we go to any of these tuck shops and we find that they are not properly registered. We want to request that as we leave, you check not only the ones that we are going to, but generally the ones that government interacts. You can't have a government that seeks to run a particular program and then we on the side are sabotaging it. We also believe that it is the role of leadership not just to ask questions and present problems, but to come with solutions. And I'm hoping that's going to be the principle that guides us as we move forward today. Let me thank the executive, the acting executive mayor, I can't see him, as well as the local municipalities who would have hosted us here today. I think we've concluded this part of our program and we'll be moving to see some of the physical sites, including the post office. Those of you who are able to join us, you are more than welcome to do so. Our first stop will be at the Modimolle post office around 14:30. Thank you very much. Our sincere appreciation to you.